My Lord, I'll just take 2 minutes to mention something which will be in addition to our case. My Lord, Article 10 of the Constitution outlines the doctrine of rule of law. My Lord and my lady, the doctrine of rule of law anticipates that at some point controversies in the society, especially legal controversies or controversies related to the interpretation of the Constitution, will be determined by judges. And concomitant to that is the doctrine of finality of your decisions. And more importantly, the public policy in terms of consistency in judicial decision making. But my Lord, my lady, once you've made a decision, the expectation of the public is that you will stand by that decision unless there are exceptional reasons for you to depart from that decision. Especially immediately after you've rendered your decision, it will undermine that doctrine of finality of judicial decision making. If you immediately depart from the decision without exceptional reasons, they have not put on record exceptional decisions to warrant that immediate departure, and the public expects that your decision will be enforced. Secondly, the doctrine of rule of law again operates in a complete way. John Locke in 1689 developed a concept in his treatise of government known as the concept of inalienable right, which informs our constitution. And one can mention here that judges have a right to be wrong. They say you have a right to be wrong. We have listened to your decision, and we believe that the reason why conservatory orders cannot be continue is a heavy public interest reason of the need for the vacancy, for there to be no vacancy in the office of deputy president. And the Constitution does not anticipate that. So in conclusion, the provisions of Article 164(3), based on the way the rule of law works to model the fabric of the society, they have the right to appeal. My Lord, you have granted that right in your ruling. And from where we stand, we submit that they cannot, on this matter of immense public interest, where you've made a decision, for them to seek, to make an application from the bar, to upset a decision which you have rightly pointed out is meant to fill a major constitutional gap in respect to vacancy. And lastly, the right to be heard. The right to be heard is very central. Mr. Ndebanjiru has made factual statements in this matter in his oral application. Again, given the immense nature of this matter in terms of public interest connotations, it is important that the respondents are given opportunity to specifically rebut the factual questions of law, the factual questions and some of the legal points that they are brought up. So in that case, if they really want to move this court, then we will submit that the proper way is to make a formal application so that we are hard on that question. Thank you.
Your Lordship, the IEBC, the second application was directed at us. Everyone seems to have said something except the IEBC. And I just want to make two small points. Number one, as relates to the application by Mr. Ochiel Dudley, my friend. First, Madhu paper was pre-2010 constitution. That is important for the court. It was a commercial matter relating to restitution. So it was a remedy in private law, not in public law. Lordship, Madhu paper was pre-2010 constitution. It was a commercial matter, a restitution in private law. So this will not apply. The second issue, application by Mr. Ndegwa, Learned Counsel, I am looking forward to reading the decision of the court, because those were issues that we were on our feet for 30 minutes arguing about, the role of IEBC and what needs to happen. So already the court has made a decision on that, and likely the answer will be in the ruling that the court has already read. Third one, and most importantly, I want to point to the court the case of Eliud Matindi and two others versus the President of the Republic and the PSC, E084 of 2023. It is the CAS matter. And it feels almost like deja vu that Ochiel Dudley is here making this point. We lost that matter in the High Court. The court made a finding that the offices of CAS were not constitutional office. We were on our feet for a long time trying to urge the court to give us a Madhu paper injunction. And the court said, if the issue related to constitutional compliance or constitutional infraction, as the court has already noted, that the position of the Constitution must remain operational from the decision of this court, then that injunction will not apply. The remedy is for the parties to apply to the Court of Appeal for an appeal or a review of that decision. So those three things can clarify those two issues for the court. We think these applications are not merited, and the court and the parties should put more effort in their 5-2B application. Thank you.
My Lord, perhaps before senior speaks, maybe we get directions as to how many they are responding, because there was that limitation on this side, and we were restricted as the petitioners. If the court could give directions as to that.
Let Mr. Moses speak.
Thank you, my Lord.
My Lord, but you have not given us directions as to how many of them should address you, considering that the petitioners were restricted.
We said two. 3 of them have already spoken.
My Lord,
Mr. Moses, nothing stops you from saying that you adopt the position of your predecessor.
That's correct.
Yes.
My Lord, I want to say that I associate myself with the sentiments by my colleagues, but I would want to add, my Lord, that you have given a detailed and a very comprehensive analysis of your ruling. You've gone into graphic details, and you have addressed various issues and given a determination on the same. We are not before this court, my Lord, to litigate in installments. My learned colleague, Sandego, has all along been aware that Professor Kindiki was nominated. For him to just spring up now and start raising issues concerning Professor Kindiki is just but a mockery of the justice system. My Lord, you've made a determination. You have thanked us official. We will not want you to reopen these proceedings again. They have known and available avenues to them. Let them proceed on those avenues. I submit, my Lord.
Thank you very much. On only one point, which I actually objected to when it was being made, the point was that how would Kenyans receive the decision? I'm not so sure whether this is what these applications should be based on, because whichever way, there will be parties that will be aggrieved by the decision. There are many others that will be satisfied. Do not be misled that there would be protests, just the way I also cannot mislead you by saying there will be jubilation and celebration everywhere. The position remains, the court has rendered itself. In that decision, the court has thanked us, and therefore we have now to move on. Any party aggrieved knows what to do, which is either to appeal, apply for a review, variation, or whatever it is they have to apply for. If the processes that will take place after this would be contra the Constitution, every party knows what to do, and this court is still seized of the matter, and they will be coming over here for a pronunciation on what the constitutional rights are. Therefore, we should actually not be taking the route that the decision may be popular or unpopular. It's a decision of the court, and it cannot be challenged along those lines.
Thank you. My Lord, honoring the court and my colleagues' time, this is my rejoinder in exactly 2 minutes. My Lord, Rule 32.2 of the Mutunga Rules allows us to make this application informally as we make it. Rule 32.2 of the Mutunga Rules allows us to make a Madu paper application as we do. It says the application can be made informally immediately after delivery of the judgment. Rule 32.2 Mutunga Rules. My Lord, this president, the Attorney General, when on the other side, has many times sought a Madu paper injunction. In the Finance Act litigation, where my friend Mr. Somane was present, Justice Majanja presiding, this court in this room issued a Madu paper injunction. My Lord, on the last point, my learned friend Mr. Ojenda sounds familiar with the Madu paper case. It's a Court of Appeal decision. And you saw the first one, Bat versus Rent Tribunal. It is one of the most cited cases on the question of stay. And in that case, the Court of Appeal said, my Lord, allow me to read, and then I'll sit down. There is no inconsistency in granting such an injunction, a Madu paper injunction, after dismissing the motion. The purpose of the order is to prevent the Court of Appeal's decision from being rendered nugatory. Should that court reverse the High Court's decision? The respondents concede that you could be wrong. There's human infallibility. The purpose of the request we make is to respect that issue. What if you are wrong? And you allow the wrong person to come into the high office you've just established. My Lord, allow the request for 7 days. Thank you so much, my Lord. And my Lord, may I just clarify that our application is distinct. We do not seek stay, we seek an injunction. Thank you.
And I'm interested in the event, my Lord, it's allowed. Can we also move you again to remove it?
My Lord, I think in view of Article 50, they also have a right to make that application. Your Lordship, allow me to draw your attention to Article 149, Clause 1, that London is not burning, and that a vacancy is contemplated, and actually a vacancy of 74 days, within which due process ought to be initiated to ensure that a rightful person, fully qualified, fully known in law, fully appreciated by the law, takes over office. Therefore, this vacancy is a constitutional vacancy. Further to that, Your Lordship, permit me to address you that this is a new application and this application has not been determined. Further, allow me to indicate that I listened pensively to the 3 thematic issues that were raised by the court, and this is not one of them that was raised and resolved by the court. Finally, Your Lordship, we all have a duty to uphold the law and to defend the Constitution. On the 16th of October 1953, Fidel Castro had this to say in his defense, that history will absolve me. History will absolve the petitioners. That we have brought to your attention that you have the duty to protect the Constitution, that a person qualified should take over. I'll wait for the ruling. Finally, Mr. Somane has not addressed you on the qualification and the ability of a person to meet those qualifications under Article 99 and Article 137. He has not even told you that they are not applicable. If the court want to say they are not applicable, history will absolve me. If the court want to say that has no power to defend the Constitution, history will absolve me. If the court want to pave way and mutilate this Constitution, history will absolve me. If the court want to midwife an injustice, history will absolve me. I am most obliged.
My Lord, Sam Nyaberi for the 9th petitioner. Only 2 issues. I invite you to Article number 23 of the Constitution, which gives parties a right to come before you.
Article
23 of the Constitution, which allows parties to come before you to seek for reliefs. And in this instance, we are seeking an injunction by way of a stay, albeit temporarily, of the orders that this court has issued. And we are not seeking these orders in eternity. We are moving into the appellate court once we have the ruling. Number 2, my Lord, I invite you to the application by the 9th petitioner, the notice of motion application dated 18th of October, because there was an allegation that we have been sitting here and it's coming as news that Professor Kindiki has been nominated to take over the DP position. My Lord, that notice of motion application speaks to the application they were making, that it was seeking for a conservatory order, and the court has rendered its decision. So we are inviting you kindly to exercise your discretion so that we may have that application processed before the appellate court if it is found of merit, so that we don't have to have it as an academic exercise. Thank you, my Lord.
May it please the court. My name is Dr. Eboso, and my co-petitioner had made a similar application that the Honorable Court, be pleased to stay the order that it has given today. And the respondents have raised an issue that Professor Kindiki was nominated over a week ago, and that if we were raising this application in good faith, then we ought to have raised it earlier. I wish to refer the court to its directions, which made it clear that one, the only applications it was going to hear were the 2 applications that were before the court. And this was made despite protests that my co-petitioner and I have raised for the last 2 weeks, that we have applications that seek similar orders and they've not been heard. However, I also would wish to direct the court to its own directions, which directed that we file amended petitions because many of the petitions had been overtaken by time. And if you look at our petition as amended, we actually raise concern about the process of election of the deputy president designate in our amended petition. And so it is quite in substance and whatnot. Secondly, I'd like to point out that my co-petitioner pointed out that we have been feeling discriminated. And as she explained earlier, she's dyslexic, and sometimes she might rush her words, especially when she's tense. The feeling of discrimination that we've been having is that out of all the petitioners, we are the ones who have consistently for the last 2 weeks called on the court to refer to the applications that are before it, and that which touch on this and will be given adequate time to ventilate them. Yesterday, I agree we were given an opportunity to speak as interested parties. And after the respondents gave their case yesterday, I tried to catch the attention of the court and I was ordered to sit down. I wasn't rising because I don't know I don't have a right of response. I know that. I was rising because I sought the discretion of the court, specifically because there are specific 4 issues that the respondents raised against the things I had raised. And in the decision of the court today, which I have listened to, one of the issues has actually turned on that. The fact that this court believes, which I believe is wrong, that it has jurisdiction to reverse the assumption of office of the deputy president. Of course, you've given a ruling and we respect it. And we wish to appeal that ruling. However, now we are asking the court, because both the respondents and us applicants agree that we have moved the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal has given a mention date. So the court is aware of that, or at least that is not disputed. We are asking the court to stay its decision today, allow us to move the Court of Appeal appropriately so that it can give the necessary orders as relates to that, even if it means correcting what we believe to be the wrong finding of the court. The idea that this court is functus official does not arise, because the rules of the civil procedure, I'm not sure which rule exactly it is, allow any court, after giving its judgment, allows a party to ask for a stay even informally and the court to grant it. So really, the issue of functus official does not arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will adjourn for 20 minutes. We'll be back at 5:30.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana. How are you doing? I am back. Nani, I'm back with a. Okay, I don't like using the word bang, but I'm back with a bang. Where? Yes, I hope you're doing amazing wherever you're listening in to Home Run with People. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run with People, the final show of October. I hope October was amazing for you. Mimi, I'm just glad, Imeisha, but not in the bad way. It's because of the work. I've been very busy the whole of October, and I thank God for it. And you can see the amount of work I am putting out. Just a minute to Akili, I dropped it at 2 p.m. Of course, kumbe wanaenda kumake judgment ya Rigiji there. You can check out Just a Minute Wakila. I was there with Advocate Ray Wangila, of course, of the High Court of the of Kenya, and he was talking to me about these impeachment court proceedings right now. And you can actually go and check it out on HRWP, and the link is just right there. Yeah, I'm launching a new segment inside Home Run with Pipi, where I will be sitting down with advocates, lawyers, who will be telling me exactly what is the law saying about specifics. Right now, I'm sitting with Ray Wangila, and he's the one who has been helping me break down what Rigachi's impeachment process means to Kenyans and all. You can check that 27-minute video on HRWP. I'm really trying to build a very awesome catalog for you there. And by the time you just sit down and watch content on HRWP, you're like, yes, this guy knows what he's doing. So check it out there. HRWP chats, Just a Minute to Achilles there. You can watch the Journey series featuring Dennis and, of course, Grace Olwande. And I'll be bringing one of the best Journey series stories from Willie Oeba very soon. So a lot of things is happening. I'm glad that I'm back. I'm not fully back, but I can feel... I can feel the energy is a bit higher than the way we started Monday. Of course, I am happier. Monday we started, I was so sad. We are now even in big problems with Kindiki. Of course, the High Court of Kenya, led by Kira Justice Murima, have decided that the stay orders given in Kirinyaga, was it Kirinyaga? The ones that were given to stop the swearing in of DP Professor Kindiki are discharged. So therefore, tomorrow morning we might get Kindiki akopale hivi kama Deputy President asubuhi sana. Asanteni sana kwa kukua hapa ndani. Request the microphone. Let's talk. We'll be back here at 5:30 to hear what the judges have to say on that. If they're going to order an injunction, because the game of the court has started. Let's see what they're gonna do on that as well. Now I want to hear from you. Request to the microphone. Kama unavyojua ni mwisho wa mwezi wa dau, ni ile wakati na wahitaji wasikilizaji wangu kunisaidia kuweka taa on kwenye studio. 0721948229 is the tip jar line where you support the show. Let's start this official like this.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippy.
Welcome to Thursday's edition of Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. Rigathi Gachagua is out as deputy president as we stand. Tomorrow morning, most likely, we are going to see Kindiki with the Bible in his hand. That's what Kenya has become, man. That's what Kenya has become. That's the truth. Sweater, habari yako siku ya leo?
Mzuri sana, ukoaje?
Mimi niko salama kabisa, kupumzika tu. Wewe?
Mimi pia niko salama, kupumzika tu na wasikiliza tu kusaiti za Kirinyaga. Ya mambo, mlima imeguzwa.
Wewe ulikuwa? What do you mean mlima imeguzwa, Sweater? What do you mean mlima imeguzwa?
Mlima imeguzwa. Hiyo ni kitu iko obvious. Iliguzwa kutoka kitambo.
Mtu wangu, hiyo ndo point peke yake unaweza tuambia kuhusu kwa hii conversation yote, ama you are going to tell us more? Because kutuambia mlima imeguzwa, hiyo ni kitu tunaweza ona kwa Citizen. Thank you so much for tuning in hapa hivi kwenye Home Run People, ladies and gentlemen. When you request the microphone, kindly tell us something that we will not listen to in the news, bwana. Si kitu yenye wanasiasa wanakuja kutuambia hapa ndani, ama vipi?
You are listening to Home Run with Pippy. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run with People. I see mzee Maumau ako hapa ndani. I'd like to hear from you. Maumau Western ako hapa ndani. Isaac, how have you been? Bwana Edwin as well. Naona pale ndani J Mo. Starlink nakuona pale ndani. How are you doing? Kimush Okonkwo nakuona pale Skit nataka kuambia kwamba pale hivi juu kwenye Home Run Pipi channel tuko na 388 subscribers. I only need 12 to get to 400. Hey, 400 wewe. We're getting 400 subscribers in a month. Okay, sawa. Let's get to that 400 subscribers. If you have not subscribed to Home Run with PP YouTube channel, just hit on your YouTube search HRWP. Just that, HRWP. Or alternatively, you can search Home Run with PP, and it's gonna bring you my channel, of course, and make sure you subscribe to that channel. So many uplifting stories going on in there. Make sure you subscribe. Nataka kufika 400. 1,000 is the target. If I get 1,000 before the end of the year, I'll be so happy. So somebody is tweeting this. Kithure means the chosen one in our Meru language. Hopefully, he becomes a better DP than he was interior CS. Mtu akuja atoe kidole hapa. What is this reasoning, jamani? Mtakuja tu kutumaliza na hii reasoning, jamani. Why do you reason like your forefathers? It's chosen one. Kwa hivyo, so he chooses us to death, ama? Mbona hakuchuziwa kututunza wakati tuko hai? 1 minute past 5 p.m. Welcome to the conversation hour of Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. Before I bring in the topic of the day, I want to hear your opinion. And of course, the judges are going to decide if they're going to offer an injunction until 7th, where they're going to be listening in on that case where the former DP Rigathi Gachagua is looking to stop the swearing in of Abraham Kithure Kindiki. We're going to be going back to the courts at 5:30 p.m. But right now, I want to hear from Ashiv. What are your thoughts, kwa historia yote? Leo Nyaunyo iko open. Mau Mau, how are you doing, Baba?
Pipita, good evening.
Good evening to you. I hope you're well.
I'm well. I'm not moved by what is happening. This is something that we did expect. You see, we are talking of state capture. This is something that the current regime during their campaign was actually against. It was actually one of their campaign items that they are going to deal with the state capture. You can see that with the happenings, especially in our legal institution, is that they have captured everything, and therefore the place where we expect to run as our area of final resort in terms of seeking legal redress appears to be mutilated by the same regime which was so much against. But I understand, you see, when it's working against you, you always castigate it. Then it was against them. Right now, they are at the helm, and therefore they are cherry picking some articles of the Constitution which befit them for now, and they can argue their breath out. They can argue to the late hours in order to defend that what befits them. But I would like to state this one categorically. You see, you have just said that there is somebody who is tweeting of Kithure being the chosen one. You see, that is the narrative which has been adduced to us by those who came after us. You see, lying to us by giving us the names. Why we were all chosen by God and Allah. If you go through the scripture, it tells you that I am beautifully and uniquely created by my maker, and I am one of the unique creature in my own understanding according to the scripture and according to Quran. So these guys who again are just saying that Mlima imeguzwa, they are only out there to hurt the feelings of others. But let me say this, that the regime, whether they put whoever there, it is not for Wajiko. It is the regime is not for Wajiko. What Kenyans need to understand, since this regime and the previous regimes were in place, is that they have always, propagating ideologies that benefit them and benefit the rulers, the politicians. They are never after anything that is going to make the common man be uplifted. Why? Because the ruler feel threatened. The ruler fears or the ruled when they are empowered. You see, the reason why they are defranchising us in terms of education and making education less affordable is because they want them who can afford, because they are in a position to influence the system, them who can afford, because they are in power to continue giving their children that what will equip them so that they can continue ruling you, whom they think and deem a threat to their power, because the threat to politicians is not the politicians or the
Mau Mau. Mau Mau, I don't know kana J-Walk, you can hear Mau Mau. I think I lost him.
I think Kiingereza imekataa.
Hapana, wewe ni senior resident wa show yetu. Senior resident. Unajua nimeambiwa na mam niende ni apply kitu ya DV lottery. Sasa nimeshinda vile nitamwambia nikienda cyber masikio ionekani na 250 yangu tu itaenda tu bure kwa hiyo application. Anyway, what is eating you today?
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
You're tuned into Home Run with Pipi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that I can crack jokes. Hey, nilikuwa nimeteseka jamani. Nilikuwa nimeteseka. Homa ilikuwa imenikaba. Ashif, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. And you?
I am well. Talk to us.
Bana, ukani drop sijui kwa nini?
Hauko unaongea nikafikiria unisikii. Unajua my time is of the essence.
Anyway, like hii adjournment chenwa nataka nikuulize, like hii adjournment like wanaweza revert like decision wamemake. Hello.
We are waiting. No. Hawezi revert, wataweka kitu inaitwa injunction mpaka tarehe 7 when they'll be hearing the matter.
So before tarehe 7 Kindiki hawezi kuwa naapishwa?
No, it depends. Right now, if the judges refuse which they can, if they refuse the prayer, excuse me, naongea dilo. If the judges refuse the prayer that Rigathi Gachagua is asking that to stop that swearing, Abraham Kidure until they confirm he is worthy the office, then we are looking for Kidure tomorrow. If the judges agree, they will cancel until 6th or 7th of this month.
It's okay, but actually we hope so. Actually, though at least system ikainawa, because kama like it's quite highlighted kwa constitution, you cannot kuapisha deputy president without being verified by like na IBC. Like how will it be possible actually kuapisha mse? Anyway, like I guess inaka kama ile story ya Ballon d'Or actually. Some of the guys saw it before us. Like some of us, like we waited until today the outcome. Because yesterday there was a meme online pale WhatsApp, nilikuwa nimeona msee alikuwa amechora kitu kana kwamba msee alikuwa amevalia apron ya UDA, so like was holding something like a puppy. So it was like the only hope for Kenyans is gone actually. Like the courts are gone, like if they'll approve, or maybe if they maybe have to substantiate and upheld their decision. Actually, it's true, like only hope imeenda hivyo because kama court itaenda contrary na constitution, like upheld Kithure Kindiki akuwe sworn in by tomorrow, and I don't know, like must it be huyu anaitwa nani, Chief Justice ni nani, anaitwa nani, Kome, Martha Kome ama nani? Pipita ukuko?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Like sijui kama Martha Koome, like as a Chief Justice, when uko pale juu, si kama atatokea, because now it's clear, like saizi melta mjadala online, everybody's just almost posting, ukienda kwa WhatsApp groups, everybody's like going contra, wanasema like if there is no like that structure ya IEBC, how possible like courts ina upheld? So actually all IEC itakuwa sijui kama is it a must like a Chief Justice ndiye apishe Deputy President ama judge mwingine anaweza tokea, but if actually itakuwa ni Martha Koome, basi macho yote tutaelekea pale kama she'll turn out and come and swear in a new Deputy President ama she'll go contrary with the High Court, because hizi courts by this ina differ of recent. Unaona like huyu anatoa hii ruling inaenda pale, sijui inachupiliwa, mwingine sijui inachupiliwa huko ana upheld huko, sijui 2023 what. Anyway, that is it.
Thank you so much for that. I have like 17 minutes before we go back uko hivi kwenye not Supreme Court, High Court. We are going to be hearing from the three bench of Murima, Farida Mugambi, and of course Ogola on if they're going to give injunction to stop the swearing in of Vice President sijui tunasema nominee Kithure Kindiki Abraham. Honestly, it's a bad taste in my mouth. But anyway, Fabish, habari yako?
Mzuri sana Pipita, ingawa si mzuri sana. Leo nimesikia vibaya sana. Kuna rafiki yangu moja ambao huwa ni online sensational, huwa napenda komedi zake, nimekuwa nikimfuatizia ingawa simjui personally, but wananibamba tu. Anaitwa Gatwiri. Jana kuna post alikuwa amepost, nikakuwa naangalia. Only leo kuamka kuambiwa ameaga dunia imenitouch sana. May her soul rest in peace. So hii mambo ya Rigathi Gachagua, kwanza, in my entire life for many years that I have lived in this world, sijaona mtu coward kama Rigathi Gachagua. He is someone that I say is dying on his knees. He refused to fight and die while standing. Kwanza, wewe umepiga kifua ukasema ulichaguliwa na 7.2 million Kenyans. Wewe unafikiri kama ingekuwa wakati William Ruto akiwa DP akakuwa impeached, unafikiria hiyo High Court ingekuwa inatoshanaje hapo nje? Ungefikiri kama Raila angekuwa yeye ndio akona hiyo position alafu anakuwa impeached, ingekuwaje? Ruto alimsoma huyu jamaa akajua this guy is a coward and he can never mobilize anything. Kesi kama hiyo kwanza to satisfy the judges kwamba hii si kitu ya kufanyiwa mchezo. Rigathi Gachagua leo kukiwa na ruling ought to have at least mobilize kama 300,000 people wamejaa hapo nje barabara kila mahali wanangojea that decision. The three bench judges wangekuwa wana sweat before waamue bila ambao wanaamua. Lakini yeye anaenda tu kama vile driver wa matatu amepelekwa kesi ya careless driving. Wale crowd peke yake ameweza kumobilize ni ma lawyers. So that is what I'm saying, is dying like a coward. That position of a deputy president is not a small position to make a joke. He ought to have shown the judges that he have the will of the people. That was very, very important for him. He ought to have done a very great mobilization. Sababu, tunajua judiciary za zingine, they act as if they are compromised. Now we are still waiting, of which I want to believe kwamba ile submission Ndegwa Njiru wamefanya, I think kama hao majudges kweli they are fair, they are going to issue that injunction, because this is not even like they are, they are revisiting their ruling, but hii ni tofauti kidogo, because now we are talking of the suitability of Abraham Kindure Kindiki. The suitability cannot just be, by mere words, ama mtu kusema kwamba, oh, he qualifies. But we want to know from the institutions that are bestowed to scrutinize the candidate. Because kumbuka, the deputy president position is a deputy president, is a president, is supposed to be like that of president. If anything happens to our president today, kumbuka, Abraham Kindure Kindiki atakuwa president. Kwa hivyo sio tu kwamba tu ni position ya kawaida. So lazima kweli sheria iweze kumtambua na imkubali kwamba is fit. Kumbuka zingine president anatoka anamwachia nafasi. So if is not fit, and we cannot just go by assumption kwamba amekuwa hivi. No, there are special institutions that are meant for that. Kwa hivyo our judges kama kweli they are not compromised, that is what they are supposed to do. Wapeana hiyo 7 days, and they say that is not an eternal application. They will move now to the Court of Appeal. That means then they have to wait for the IBC. Na kumbuka jana kulikuwa na ruling about IBC, kuwa the court stopped the nomination of the officials of IBC. So until that case is determined first of the IBC, and then IBC sasa wezi kukuja in place, then now they'll be able to clear the candidature and legitimize the candidature of Abraham Kindure Kindiki. That is when it can be sworn in. Not unless our majudges sasa they want to act as a kangaroo court. You don't have to be lawyer about these things. It is very, very logical things to know. Wezi tu kusema kwamba mtu atatoka from nowhere and then you clear to be a deputy president. Position ambao unajua is very sensitive. In case of anything, saa zingine hata president anatoka, anamwachia. Sasa akimwachia, and if he's not qualified. And then sasa ikifika kwa IBC, there will be also issues, because people will be writing memorandum and complaints about the conduct and behavior of Abraham Kindure Kindiki in the positions ambao amekuwa akiona. He has been tested, and some people think that is unfit, because wakati amekuwa CS wa security, he have, ignored the kidnappings, murder imefanyika under his watch. So it is a difficult task for him. So if these judges are really fair and they want to follow the spirit of constitution to the letter, I want to believe that they don't have any other option but to render that prayer by our lawyers wa Rigathi, and then kutoka hapo itaenda sasa kwa appeal court, and then we are waiting now the Court of Appeal to say the matter has to wait until is vetted and verified by the IBC. So then to wait sasa IBC kwa formulated. Wale my submissions ambao wametolewa tumekuwa tukifuatizia, there is no timeline in a vacancy of office of the deputy president as per the constitution. So they cannot push that there is a rush. It is not a time bound, that vacancy in the office of the deputy president as per the constitution, not unless maybe there is any high court lawyer here can maybe educate us on that. Lakini for the little knowledge we have is that filling the vacancy of the deputy president is not time bound. But what is important is that it must fulfill all the required laws, including Chapter 6, the integrity of the suitability of a candidate. Thank you, Pipita.
Thank you so much, Bwana Fabish, for that. I see Nancy who is here. Nancy joined us among the first ones. How are you doing, Nancy?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you, Papita, for the opportunity. And today is a sad day for Kenyans because Abraham, what kind of a name is that? Abraham.
Yani wewe jina Abraham ndo imekukasirisha.
What kind of a name is that really? Na mtu enyewe the court have let us down. Na sijui kama mlisikiza hiyo story yenye walisema ati walifungua mazip zenye ziko na pesa. These people have been bought. Kwanza that Ogola guy, the way he was just looking, he was just ready to attack. I don't know what we'll do as Kenyans, but fighting on like without going kwa streets, it won't work. You are a man, you know. Please plan something, plan something. That's all I have to say.
Sasa sisi jamani, tunatoka wapi we Nancy? Siwe pia uplan tukuje wewe. Na leo nitaweka viboko hapa kwa hisho. Mute. To go 7 minutes before we go to the top of the hour, we be good to go back to High Court and hear what the judges have to say. Tomorrow we might be having a new deputy president, ladies and gentlemen. It's that serious. Unalala hivi kesho napata DP mpya. I see Mau is back. Mau, I'm gonna give you a chance to respond before I go to Jemo then Western. Mau. You dropped mid speech. I think somebody called you or something.
Well, I don't know when at what point I dropped. I got interrupted. Well, thank you. I think I was talking about the state capture. You can see the rate at which, the facial expression of the judges, they look tense, they are unease. You see, very, very uncomfortable. I don't know, probably they are under duress. The rush to give judgment, the rush not to offer the complainant an opportunity to be heard, you see, is unprecedented. I believe, just like one of the lawyers alluded on the floor, this urgency with which this court and the whole system, starting from the executive to the legislature, is executing this impeachment process. I believe this is the same energy with which they can be able to implement some of the policies which affect the Kenyan man. There is no urgency in filling this position, but if they fight or if they deem it right, because I do believe that there is a lot of pressure, especially from the members of parliament from Mount Kenya, because immediately after the swearing in of Kindiki, there is planned already, there are plans to have Thanksgiving rallies, not rally, but rallies, starting with his home county and running from Meru, Embu, Kirinyaga, skipping Nyeri, Muranga, and Kiambu, and then running all the way to Nyandarua, and then coming back to Nairobi, because they want to restore their trust, especially from the MPs of Mlima Kenya. They want to restore the trust that was broken between them and Wajiku, between them and the electorate on 25th. This is something that is hurting, and they know if they don't do it with with the urgency it deserves, they are not going to come back 2027. I'm telling you, what we are witnessing at the moment is a rotten regime, a regime which is only power hungry, only hell-bent to install people in institution, a rotten regime which does not consider the common man, the Wajiku. So, Pipita, we are very, very heartbroken with our institution, whereby the court, which appears to be a last resort, whereby Kenyans can run to seek redress in terms of legal, appears to have then lost trust from majority of Kenyans. I for once, I don't believe there is anything better than what is coming, what has just come out in the ruling today that they are going to give in the next
Just a minute,
10 to 20
Mau,
minutes.
just a minute.
Against such a practice, to again turn around and grant orders whose effect is the very suspension of the Constitution that we have stated will, in our view, be an absurdity. We further note that some of the arguments that have been raised on the floor will form substantive arguments at the main hearing of the petitions. In any case, since the Court of Appeal is already seized of the matter, as we have confirmed from both parties, from both sides rather, the parties have an opportunity to move the Court of Appeal accordingly. As such, the applications are all hereby disallowed. Orders accordingly. And before we pen off, just a point of clarification on the other issues that were raised by two petitioners, Dr. Eboso and I believe your co-petitioner. If you are able to access this ruling, the ruling of today on CTS, you will note that disposition number E states that there will be a mention for further directions on the way forward in respect of pending applications and pending petitions on the 7th of November at 2:30 p.m. in open court. We will address that pending application during that mention. All right?
My lords, we are obliged by the ruling and have a good night.
My Lord, on behalf of the respondents, we want to thank you and appreciate the verdict of the court. Thank you.
Thank you.
As you've heard, ladies and gentlemen, the injunction request.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
The injunction request request by the Deputy Rigathi Gachagua's team has been denied, which means kesho asubuhi, Abraham made sons, and now Mau is talking about something that I didn't even crossed my mind. Thank you for tuning in. Of course, you've been following in on that Rigathi Gachagua issue. We know it's not going to end there. We're going to the Court of Appeal, but as it stands right now, the High Court has vacated the conservatory orders that stopped the swearing in of Abraham Kindiki as the Deputy President of Kenya. So yeah, that's that. We have more to see very soon. Mau, Sorry for cutting you short. I just wanted to go live in court and listen to Dr. Farida Mugambi, and that is what she had to say on behalf of the bench, which has been constituted. So yeah, Mawao, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely, Pipita. Actually, that is where I was. In fact, before the ruling, I was adducing the same, that we are not expecting them to go against their ruling. That they stop after lifting the conservatory order and allowing Kindiki to be sworn in. They then stop it because they appear. You can look. You can see by the look that they are appears as if they are under an influence of a certain power, and the quicker they could have offloaded that burden from them, the better. And that is what they have done. They have washed their hands. The three judge bench, they have just washed their hands. They have told the respondent, the Rigathi's lawyers, that go and appeal in the court of appeal. We are no longer at the control of that. So for them, they have washed their hands. But listen, my dear Kenya, whether we get to have tomorrow, by tomorrow, another deputy president in the name of Abraham, I don't know whether Lincoln or Kindiki, we are yet to know whether, with the installation of the new deputy president, will the problems that Kenyans are facing going to be sorted out? As we speak, we have a problem with our intern medics. Today, there was a ruling that their stipends has been reduced from 200K to 70K. These are woes and cries of our brothers and sisters, our mothers, our fathers out there. They are now not going to receive the 200,000 as they used to. Is it by the installation of now the Kindiki as the deputy president? Are we going to have the problem of funding model of the university funding model sorted? What is the status of the Adani as we speak? Because these are the ills that are affecting Kenyans. These are the things that Kenyans are worried about. We are unwilling. Kindiki is a brother. He comes from Mount Kenya. It doesn't change the matrix that Mount Kenya had previously produced 3 presidents. And as we speak, if you go down there, you will see that there are people who are still living under the hatchet roofs. They are still living in mud houses. They cannot access water. My friend, go back there. You can see in Mount Kenya that there are still areas that are impassable. And yet we have had president, not 1, 2, but 3. The deputy president and vice president has been several. Now, what is by the installation of the current position of the deputy president going to do with the ills that are affecting we as Kenyans? We want Kenya that is working. We want hospital, hospital insurance fund that is working. The chief, as we speak, Kenyans are crying. Hospitals cannot afford to give services because they are yet to be communicated how their money, they are going to receive the money. How is the money going to be channeled to them? Yet we are told that in social media and some of the broadcasting media stations that the chief and the Shah and the whatnot is working. We are still struggling with with employment. So far, none, they cannot quantify the employment, the number of Kenyans who, since they got to the position of leadership, how many Kenyans have gained substantive employment, leave alone that nonsense they keep on telling us, the ripple effect. We cannot, they cannot. And that is the bottom line. Kenyans will not delve into shenaniganism of politics because these guys have realized that the moment we Kenyans realize that one of us is put in a position of power, it appears as if all of us are now, leaping. We are not. Kenyans are still suffering. When the bodies of this nation were in the other side, I could remember how vehemently, with gusto, with enthusiasm, he was opposed to any policy that was oppressive to Kenyans. As we speak, he is now presiding some of the disfranchising policies in this nation. He is one of guy now who is advocating for Kenyans to be taxed even more. So, dear Kenyans, we have to continue fighting. We must rise up. We must realize this regime has decided, and not only this regime, but regimes all over have decided to disregard the people who position or put them in power, and they are out there for their own benefit. Once their stomach, once their girlfriend, once their boyfriend, once their families are fed, they are full, that's all. They don't consider the neighbor, they don't consider the voter who, by the virtue of voting him or her in, was expecting service delivery. That is not happening. Dear Kenyans, let us not buy to my person. Let us not buy to my people. Let us not buy to my community. Let's buy to the services to Kenya and Kenyans in general, disregard of where you come from. I've walked, I've traveled, and I can tell you that some of these leaders have used all manner of pretense, positioning them as at the apex of spiritual realm, so that once you try to target them, they will have spread the fear that that man is untouchable. If you touch him or her, then your family line is doomed. That is intentionally engineered to ensure that they make sure you and me, a common man, will never rise to the position of power. I and you will never get to that position of realizing the best that the forefathers, those who fought for the independence of this nation, wanted us to witness. They will always keep us in a futuristic, creative idea, creation of an idea that we are the leaders of tomorrow. We are in school and we are learning for us to solve the problems of tomorrow, to be a doctor, not today, but tomorrow. Instead of taking us to school, so that we can solve the problems of today, so that we can be the leaders of today. That is something that they don't want. They don't want us to be close to. And that is where you can see that they are interfering with the education system, so that them that they can afford, because they are in position of influence, will continue leading us, and the generation, the children and the
1
children will
minute,
continue ruling us. Thank you. They will continue ruling us over and over and over. So, Kenyans, it is the opportune time for us to realize that the regime is against you. This is the time for us to know that it is us versus them, the politicians, and you for me. When I'm being abducted, you need to be there for me. The regime will not. We have pushed for the hashtag release Aoko, billions of hashtag, yet they are still holding her incommunicado. Thank you, Pipita. I wish we continue fighting and showing the regime that it is wrong, and we are going to race against it.
Thank you so much, Mama, for that. I see Western Shilao has raised his hand. I also see Tech Hub Bro. So I'm going to go to Tech Hub Bro, then go to Western. Tech Hub Bro, how are you doing? Pulse. What are your thoughts on all this?
Yeah, Maze. Yeah, I'm here, Maze. It's a sad day, and I think baada ya parliament now judiciary imechukuliwa. So I think it's a very sad day for us, and one thing is I think tuna fight a very the regime is so wrong that with the combination of the opposition now, the Raila team who are fighting for Ruto like wado walimvotia sana, and I mean it's crazy. It's crazy, and I think the path ahead it will be rough. Even as we continue losing our friends, and people are being abducted, young people are being abducted almost every day, and with the hashtags, we are pushing hashtags and making noise online and stuff like that, especially for Aoko. Though I disagree with most of our tweets, but I mean, you should not abduct people like that, and to want to video like things are still normal. I think it's an extraordinary time. We must continue pushing. I think we should not give up. And it's evident that judiciary is gone. And I don't know what Ruto has gained from impeaching Gachagua. I'm not sure. Yet to see what he has gained so far. That after this impeachment, that he will gain a lot. I don't know. It's something to wait and see. But I think Ruto is wow. I think this is one of the worst presidents we have ever had. It is very sad that whatever he says, what surprises me is that he never misses churches. Atakuwa church, he will even pray, hata ataimba. But kinyato kwa hiyo mdomo inanishangaza sana, the guts, maze. The guts of talking things that anajua obviously they are lies and stuff like that. The fact that ana oversee the torture and harassment of people, especially those dissenting opinions, it is crazy. Anafanya mpaka tunaweza kuona wale watu wa Kristo sana. Ukikuwa Mkristo sana, it is like I think you should be careful. People wale kila siku Mungu sijui praise the Lord and stuff like that. I think wamefanya mpaka nimeweza kuangalia Christianity. Okay, not necessarily everyone, but ukiangalia those people have been pushing for this government and the current people in this government every day wanaongelea about God and stuff like that. And then you look at their actions, whatever they do, whatever they say. We just wonder, which God is this that they pray? So I feel so bad about people, especially the families all walipoteza their children, the mothers who are still crying up to now, the families of those people who have been abducted and tortured and stuff like that. And then we see the generation all about to tortured a lot. These young people, maybe in their 20s, in the early 30s, that is the generation who tortured and abducted. And I mean, it is sad. And I just wish that we can turn things around. I'm not sure if we'll be able to, maybe up to 2027. Looking at Ruto, hey, it's like amesha set his plan. It's clear that hata kama ni kutoka, it will be rough. It will be chaos. It will be very rough to remove this guy 2027. But I join hands with people of goodwill, and I mean, continue pushing for better Kenya. It is terrible, and I pray for a better future, hopefully. Even as we look at, you see our hospitals right now, it's crazy. And then you see people of hospitality, they cannot be served, they cannot receive those services. So it's story too. So it is sad, but thank you, Pipita. So, but I mean, let's continue the conversation and continue pushing for a better country, a better Kenya. Thank you, man.
Thank you for that submission, pals. I'm gonna go to Western Shilaho. Western, how are you doing?
Peter, I'm fine. How are you doing?
I am well. I thank God.
Thank you. Peter, you do watch football. There's something called offside trap. Offside trap. Well, you can try it as a team. It can work. Sometimes it can backfire badly, such that you end up conceding silly goals, especially when your opponent is much more skilled than you are. So Rigathi and this team tried something like that, where the strategy was you exit when your time comes to testify. And then when they proceed, you can invoke that loophole in the courts to delegitimize the process. Well, it's backfired, as it was bound to. Peter, I think the problem is that some of us, we fail to appreciate, no matter how many times we hear it, we elect not to appreciate that it's a political duel. It's not a legal battle. This is a political duel, square. Those judges you're seeing, the judges who have just made a ruling, that 3-judge bench, they're like, part of the cast. It's a bigger cast. And the protagonists are William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua. The judges are part of the cast. Those lawyers you see, they're part of the cast. It's a political duel. It's not a legal challenge. If you read it like that, then things won't register. One is the deputy taking on a president. Now, look at it like that. In terms of power, it's asymmetrical. In this case, though in many jurisdictions it's not like this. You may find in other jurisdictions where the deputy is more influential and consequential than the president. But in this case, power is weighted in favor of the president. And given that it's a political duel, it goes without saying that the president will prevail. No doubt about it. But if you go and focus on what the lawyers are saying in a courtroom, what the judges are likely to say, you miss the point, and you miss it spectacularly. So that when rulings are made, you get shocked. You cast aspersions on those judges, and you accuse them of, activism or playing politics as opposed to reading the law. No, from the get-go, this was politics, and it remains politics. If you get that, you're okay. If you don't, well, you won't get it. But that remains the case, such that when the Senate voted and impeached Rigathi Gachagua, it was game over. It was game over. There was no snowball's chance in hell that any judge or court would reinstate him. There wasn't gonna be any, and there was gonna be none going forward. Secondly, it's imperative that you appreciate your opponent. If you go into a fight, you have to appreciate your opponent. Otherwise, you'd go into a fight, you carrying a knife or a machete, and your opponent has got a high caliber weapon, a machine gun. You stand no chance. You stand no chance. Ruto is a very formidable political actor, operator. I'm not so sure whether his opponents appreciate that. And by saying that, it doesn't mean you endorse what he's doing. These are facts which are stubborn. So if you don't appreciate the strength of your enemy, it doesn't make your enemy weak. It's just in your mind. You don't appreciate, but your enemy is strong. And if you minimize the strength of your enemy, well, you become fair game. He doesn't have to work hard. He's just going to make mincemeat of you. So he believes he's a formidable political operator on the Kenyan political landscape. And he's not going to take on fights and battles that he's going to lose. It's not going to happen. He believes he took on the Kenyatta family, the Moi family, the Odinga family, the Kibaki family, and those other oligarchs during last elections and prevailed. He prevailed. So he believes going forward, anybody to really take him head on must really know their story. You must know your story. So that is it. It's a political duel. Secondly, Pepita, I don't know. Because if it's about Mulima, then I would imagine, well, it doesn't really matter whether it's Rigathi or whoever it is, it shouldn't matter. Again, the kind of division you see in that region, as it were, adds to Ruto's political dexterity. That he's testing that notion that there is something called Mount Kenya in terms of political organization. That's what he's testing. And that notion is falling flat on its face. Can you imagine? It's falling flat on it because there's been that notion that there is such a thing as a Mount Kenya constituency. They vote as a bloc, they take political decisions as a bloc, they read from the same script. He's testing that. And it's falling flat, it's unraveling. You have to give it to him. It's completely unraveling. Well, then the question is to us, who are part of this movement. Does it really matter whether Ruto goes to pick somebody from Marikiti or from the streets to come and deputize him? Does it really matter? Well, I think it shouldn't matter because the premise was that this entire regime is illegitimate. It no longer represents the interests of the people of Kenya. So whether it's Kindiki, Professor, or Rigathi, why does it bother us so much? What does it bother us? Who occupies that position? Because we've written off the entire regime. Why does it bother us? I dare ask. when the regime unravels as it's doing, it's factionalism, as you can see, that rejected Rigathi. Why would that be something we welcome? That it's imploding. You have to work to bring it down, but you can see it's imploding itself. Why do we want it to remain intact and at the same time look forward to defeating it? It's counterintuitive, isn't it? It is. We have to celebrate when it implodes like that. It makes work easier for those who are opposed to it. But no, we are concerned that it is imploding, it's unraveling. We want it to remain intact. Isn't that counterintuitive? It doesn't register, does it? It does not register. So again, he's exposing the commitment of some of us to the ideals we purport to be committed to. He's exposing those things. He does expose those things. Because if we say both Ruto, Gachagua, and other people do not have what it takes to govern Kenya, okay? And then they fall out like this. Why don't we celebrate the fallout? Why don't we welcome it? Why don't we say we want more fallout going forward? Eventually, it makes our work easier. We don't have to work so hard. But alas, we want this regime to remain intact. Peter, you can help me understand that logic. I'm not getting it. Help me understand that logic. It doesn't add up. It does not add up. Questions about whether Kindiki's elevation will better the lives of the people of Kenya. Well, again, it goes back to what I said. It's neither here nor there. Because whoever was there, again, somebody will ask the same question. How did Gashagua's occupation of that position of deputy president help in advancing the well-being of the people of Kenya? It did not. He was part and parcel of some of those obnoxious decisions that were made, and he did not contest them. It was until he was embattled. That's when he started raising those issues about finance bill and whatever. But that is cynical. That is cynical politics. It was about saving his skin as opposed to really speaking progressively for the people of Kenya who are hard done by this regime. So we can't tolerate that kind of cynicism. We can't. We must call out these people when they take us for granted, when they insult our intelligence. So you are part of the government. When you are rejected, now you recast yourself as a reformer, as a progressive voice. You are not. You're just saving your skin. You're trying to save your political skill. And we call them out, but surprisingly, we welcome these people in our fold. How dare? It's like the other day, it was what? Was it somebody in the finance? It was the governor of central bank. After he left office, he was talking about, oh, there were some policies I was supposed to, but you never raised those issues when you were occupying the office. Yeah? Why are you raising those things now? You did not raise them. You did not tell the people of Kenya there are unpopular policies that the president is advising me to implement. I'm not going to implement. You keep quiet. Once your tenure comes to an end, you say, look, these were the things that are going on. Surprisingly, we tend to valorize these people despite this naked, blatant cynicism. Why do we do that? Peter, Kenyans are saying, oh, the judiciary is captured. Well, how many of us asked for the state capture inquiry when these people came into power? Because that was one of their promises when they were campaigning, that they would set up the state capture commission of inquiry. We did not. We didn't push them hard on that. Why? Because the thinking was that they will target the opposition people as me and something. So let's forget, let's not go there. Now, we're talking about state capture. Really? How so? And we never took them head on to task over that promise. We did not. So how can we be shifting, goalposts like this and at the same time insist that we're invested in Kenya that works for all of us. How can you be so cynical like this? Pipita will take you to the interviews vis-a-vis the Chief Justice. I'll take you there. So that history is important. And when you watch these things and you record, you can link cause and effect. So you don't get shocked when judges rule. Well, they may have ruled because based on the merits of the case, but because it's a political matter, they cannot win. They can't win. Those three judges cannot win. Some people will be disappointed, some people will be jubilant. That's in the nature of that kind of process. It's adversarial. But, Pipita, if you recall, the interviews that brought into office the current Chief Justice, none of the sitting judges of the Supreme Court applied for that position, including the current Deputy Chief Justice. Was in that odd? Was in that odd? So you ask, what was it that those sitting judges knew that made them not to put in an application? What was it that made the Deputy Chief Justice not to put in an application? Because if your boss, the Chief Justice, is retiring, well, it's called you given the right to refuse as the Deputy Chief Justice. What it means that you either refuse to succeed the person who's retiring, or for some reason you can't meet the criteria. But it can't be just you don't put in an application and you continue serving as the Deputy Chief Justice. Now, I will tell you, it is the politics at play. It was the politics at play. So those sitting judges knew that they didn't stand a chance, even if they put in an application. The current Deputy Chief Justice had been subjected to a campaign of vilification, if you remember, such that he saw no need to apply. Or there were things she did before she was appointed Deputy Chief Justice, and people asking, why didn't you raise these things when she was being interviewed for the Deputy Chief Justice position? Why are you bringing this? But it was meant to preempt her possible ascendancy to the Chief Justice position. So why do you have the position of Deputy Chief Justice in the Supreme Court if the person who occupies that position will not step in and succeed the Chief Justice? It is the same games we play with the presidency. We have got a president and then a deputy, then the deputy cannot succeed the president. Those are the games we play. And then we draw from history. Now, historically, a deputy has never succeeded a president. Those games should come to an end. So that was politics at play. It was. Then you ignore that. Subsequently, when decisions are made, well, you sound shocked that these decisions are political. What do you mean? But it's the politics that informed the appointment of the Chief Justice. Some of the interviewees, if you followed, they came and appeared before the panel, and the panel would ask them, why haven't you filed tax returns for your spouse? And this interview just says, I forgot. And the process continues. Another say, no, but look, you're accused of, when you're teaching at the university, you plagiarize your students' work. Yeah, somebody has come to testify. The process continued. It continued. So it is solid. Even you can see the process is solid. But Pipita, when you want to rig a process, what you do is that you shortlist majority of the people, the least unqualified. That's what you do. So that when you pick the person you favor, well, people looking at the caliber of those who are shortlisted, they'll say, no, it didn't really matter. Anybody could have been picked. But if you shortlist competent, impeccable people, well, your candidate will be exposed. Will be exposed. People will ask, why did you give that job to that person? So you filter out those who have got impeccable qualifications. So it surprises me that we tend to think that the law is unadulterated with politics. I don't understand where that notion comes from. But at the same time, it doesn't mean all judges rule on the basis of politics. That's also one thing we must also bear in mind. In as much as politics plays a role, not only in Kenya, in very many jurisdictions, it's wrong to accuse these three judges that they rule on the basis of politics. It's wrong. It's wrong for me when it goes against me, the courts are captured. But when it goes my way, the courts are working as per the law and the constitution. It cannot be. I can't eat my cake and have it. It can't be. It can go my way, it cannot go my way. But this, for those who think that it's a legal process, they get it and have gotten it wrong from the get-go. This is a political duel, the political fight. And there must be a winner. And the winner is usually the person who exercises more power than the other. He had more numbers, William Ruto, in both houses. Rigathi didn't have numbers. So his lack of political acumen is exposed by the fact that you are taking on your boss, but you don't have numbers. You don't have numbers, but you count on the courts, but the courts are not going to save you because it's a political issue. But if you see you have no numbers in the National Assembly, you have no numbers in the Senate, well, you recoil. Once you realize Raila Odinga has joined the government, you recoil. You recoil because you are exposed. In the event that your boss comes after you, you don't stand a chance. But he continued with his politics as usual. Pipita, those who want to get into politics must read these lessons. If they don't, I'm afraid they're going to repeat these things, and it's not going to be nice. It will be nasty for them. You don't take on fights that you clearly have lost before even they begin. You don't. The other thing, Pipita, I want to say is that William Ruto has done something that Uhuru Kenyatta did not do. The sense that he could have chosen to impeach Rigathi after securing a second term. Yeah, it's convenient. How convenient would that have been? You let him hang in there, and then you secure a second term and then you impeach him. Well, that would have been cynical. Would it have been cynical? He has taken this fight to him during his second term, his first term, before he gets re-elected. Well, why wouldn't you look at such a politician and say, yeah, I admire your courage, because you could have chosen to behave cowardly. You don't like this person, but you want to use this person to secure a second term. And then you mobilize parliamentarians in the bicameral chamber and you get rid of him. No, we can't do that. That is politics of deceit. Here, he's not so sure of his second term, but he's done away with this deputy. Yeah, let's see how it pans out going forward. That is it. He's prepared for the fight going forward. He thinks he has what it takes to prevail. Let's see how things go. But we cannot tolerate politicians who act cowardly, cowardly. Uhuru Kenyatta warned us against William Ruto. Warned us after how long? He should have warned us in 2013 that, look, I don't want William Ruto to be my running mate because he has got wealth that he cannot account for. He can't be my running mate. Well, he could not have afforded that because without William Ruto in 2013, Raila Odinga would have been elected president. Well, what about 2017? You get rid of him. This deputy president of mine is accumulating so much money and stuff like that. That is inconsistent with my government and what we stand for. No, he didn't do that. He let him hang in there until he secured his second term, whereby Ruto stood by him during those two elections, controversial elections. And then the campaign of vilification started. No, Pipita, we cannot tolerate that kind of politics. It's what polarizes our society. That kind of politics that you can use people. And then once you cross the river to the other side, or once you use the ladder, you knock it. We can't allow that. So for me, I think as a political operator, well, the way he's doing it, fine. Take your decisions before you cross the river, and let's see how you're going to cross the river. Take the decisions before you get up. Let's see how you're going to get up. I think, well, if you're to ask me, I think that kind of politics is anchored in courage and valor and some conviction, no matter how perverse that conviction is. You know, the weird thing in life is not to believe in anything. Like you're just adrift. You wait and see what people are doing. But if you believe in something, it could be a wrong thing, but at least you believe in something. Tomorrow you may change your mind and believe in something which is right. But not to believe in something, it's base. That kind of lifestyle we cannot tolerate, and especially in politics. So those are my takeaways from this whole drama, that there are lessons to learn, even from your enemy, even from the person you detest. There are lessons to learn. And these lessons, I'm afraid, we're missing them because of emotion and animus and stuff like that, which is not going to help us. Would only give him a lot of mileage going forward. You know, we'll play catch up. He continues setting the political agenda, setting the initiative. So we cannot afford to dissolve into hopelessness and emotion and animus. That will take us nowhere. Peter, thanks. Those are my submissions.
Thank you for that submission, Bwana Western Shilaho. And I want to read the comments right now. Welcome to Homeland People, ladies and gentlemen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
You're listening to Home Running People, ladies and gentlemen, comes to you each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. My name is MC Pipita. You can call me Pipi. And of course, hapa hivi kwenye show yetu tunaongelea about various social issues that affect us. And right now, a few minutes ago, the High Court of Kenya, led by the three-bench judge of Justice Murima, Justice Mugambi, and Justice Ogola, have rescinded the conservative orders that were stopping the deputy president nominee Kindiki from being nominated, and also that means that he can be sworn in any time from now. Let's wait and see how that unfolds. But looking at the speed at which legislature moved, I bet it could be tomorrow or Monday. But let's wait and see for that. Also, I would like to remind you that Home Run PP is supported by you, the listener. If you like what you're doing, of course, our lights are kept on by you. 0721948229 is the number where you can drop your support for the show. Now, I want to go and read the comments before I even engage further with the Western. Kabada Wagitonga is saying, how sure are we Ruto didn't use Rigathi to get into power and only to spit him out and bring in Kindiki? We all knew that was the plan, except Rigathi, I guess, unless he didn't see it coming. The Marabou's talks is saying, the judiciary, as constituted, is unable to act independently. The previous acts of corruption blackmails them. Everything is scripted by the executive. Does anybody expect the judiciary to rule against the broad-based government? Does anybody expect parliament to make just laws? There's a question from Marabou's talks. You can request the microphone. Let me hear from you as well. What do you have to think about this? Former DP Rigathi Gachagua looks like he is well out of the way now. I want to hear your opinion on that as well. And the commentator is showing that judiciary is running the the president is actually running the judiciary. Asma Kubishilmi is saying Western Shilao good analysis. The only effort Ruto afraid is a united tribalist Gen Z. The man is recharged, having successfully reset the political game to ethnic and regional juxtaposition. Sad how the axis of Morara, Samuel, was neutered and left in terminal paralysis. ACW is saying the only option with this country is to occupy kila mahali. They're using our silence as a weakness. Whoever was in charge of maandamano, tell us nilini. Some leaders are saying we're giving the hard time. We don't care because we know we are capable of living good. AC, hakuna leader bwana hapa hivi. Ndova, so we are now even in bigger problems with Kindiki. I don't know what you guys think. Do you think we are better now with Kindiki? Of course, mambo ya Mrima ni nini, we are going to be lucky on that. You know what I mean? Yeah, ya mambo ya kusema sijui Mrima this, Mrima that. I think that now has subsided. We are better now on that front. But what does that actually translate? And of course, somebody has brought up a very important thing about the role of Mudima and of course the state capture. I don't think it's actually state capture because I don't know. Maybe Nikotu in my own world. I believe there is more than that is happening right now. I don't know. Would you now believe that if you went to the court right now that you'll get a fair hearing? I highly doubt. If you ask many Kenyans that question, many would probably not be able to respond in the affirmative, and that is because we do not trust them like that. I'd like to hear your response on all this. Request the microphone. I would like to hear direct from the host's mouth. Also, I just started my YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, HRWP, I'm really sorry because you're really missing out on some good content. But you're not late because our content right there is recorded, and you can listen to that stories that are there immediately or later. And also, part of what I have on that channel is this story of Rigiji getting impeached, and I'm talking there with Wakili Ray Wangila. You need to check it out as well. Yes, so that is that. And also want to say the microphone is open for you to come over and talk to us and tell us what are your thoughts on all this. Is Rigiji defeated? Western Shilao believes that now that Rigiji thought that the medical card will play and it didn't play, he might have been defeated. What do you think about all that? I'm listening and I'm waiting to hear from you as well. Let me see what is happening also in the comment section, Napa. Oh, jamani, so I have a twin, by the way, mwenye ana masikio pia, so you guys. I will request the microphone, guys.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
Inaitwa AI voice. I see Mohija, big up to you, Dr. Mbogwa, Dr. Drak, I see you, Edwin, Albert, Awald, Sean, Belazid, Bildad, shout out to you as well, Ellis, the Patriot, nakuona pale Abdul, nakuona pale ndani, Head Senior, Danny, Mushiri, Brittany, AC, Paul, all of you, shout out to you, Baba Jackie as well, nakuona pale Sudi's own, Edwin, nakuona Makotsi. And we are here today just check you up on what is going on in the corridors of justice. Do you think Western Rigathi Gachagua underestimated or overestimated the fairness of the judiciary? Do you believe that is the case here?
Well, I don't think he was deluded in trusting the courts. Because remember, these are courts that have made fairly landmark rulings in the recent past. They struck off the BBI thing. Previously, of course, it was under a different leader. They annulled the presidential election. So those are highly politically charged matters, and they didn't shy away from ruling against the establishment. And therefore, it was in order, logical, for him to take this matter in the courts. But what he did not appreciate was that it wasn't a matter before the courts, for the simple reason that, his attorneys were citing those cases involving governors and those kind of people. But a governor is not on par with with the president or a deputy president. So the impeachment of a governor is not the same as the impeachment of a deputy president or a president. I mean, that goes without saying. Ran to conclusion. Somebody's impeached, goes to court, reinstated, impeached, goes to court, reinstated, until they complete the term. It was also, it betrayed lack of appreciation of the intensity and the weight of the matter. You know, deputy president is a potential president. It's as simple as that. He's a potential president. This person could go to bed today as a deputy president, wakes up tomorrow as a president. Who could wake up as a deputy president, goes to bed as a president. So you can't liken that person to a governor. So they fail to appreciate that. And therefore, I think when the judges, you know, they looked at the totality of all these things, not just the law. You know, as I keep on saying, some of the most progressive and competent jurists, they don't just look at the law and what the Constitution says. They also weigh in the political implications of the decisions they make. So don't be deluded that that is not going to weigh on their ruling and judgment. It will. It is going to weigh on their ruling and judgment. So he did not underestimate the impartiality. These kind of things the likes of Okiya Mtata are engaged in. They have ruled quite progressively in favor of the people of Kenya. So there's that history. We can't say they are captured, you know, because there's evidence that they have stood up against state excesses and against, you know, the propensity to violate, you know, the interests of the people of Kenya. You won't. It's like, Pipita, it's like when the IEBC chair declares somebody as duly elected as president of the Republic of Kenya, it's over. It is over. Even if you go to the courts, you you may, the way it happened with the Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto in 2017, but that is how many? It was the only one in Africa that has ever, you know, gone taken place in Africa since the early 90s, when Africa returned to multi-party politics, which have been annulled. So we only have got two in a period that is spanning over 30 years. So chances that once the even in Kenya, we were shocked that the Supreme Court could overturn that. It caught many people by surprise, including myself. So it is the same thing. Once you are impeached in the case of Rigathi, and then you go the process. You know, we are going to have, you know, a ruling next week. What? And the days are going on, and you and your supporters, at least you keep some hope alive. Well, in actual sense, no, there is no hope there. It's game over, kaput, finished. And then when they deliver the sucker punch, well, you realize, no, it wasn't. So the courts really here, they could have chosen to sit it out. But because it was brought before them, they had to sit and adjudicate the matter and make a ruling. The other thing, Pepita, which I find anomalous is that this matter should have gone directly to the Supreme Court, just like a presidential petition. Yeah, because why would the Supreme Court have jurisdiction over a presidential petition and not have jurisdiction over impeachment of a president, of impeachment of a deputy president? It is just as weighty as a dispute over who is truly and rightfully elected as a president. So I find that anomalous, that such a matter can drag through the the judicial processes and stages, High Court, Court of Appeals. I mean, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Can you imagine if Rigathi is somebody who's got equally massive support, like the president? Can you imagine? In his case, it's easier because he doesn't have much political clout. But can you imagine a deputy president who's got just as much political clout as the president? And then this matter can play itself before the law courts. Before you realize, well, things would have spiraled out of control. So it's a matter that there should have been a provision that it be adjudicated pretty fast. And they make that ruling and it's final. People go back to their business. If the person who has been impeached can continue serving or can go home, they make it pretty fast. I don't find this staggering of this process helpful, especially where a society could be polarized, behind equally politically consequential figures. It will be very nasty. So the framers of the Constitution, I am not so sure why they did it like that. I'm not so sure, because it's not a small matter. Why would you, Peter, ask yourself, make a process like this where impeachment of a deputy president can stagger for I don't know how many days, 70 what? Why would that be the case? Why that stasis? Why that paralysis? Why that uncertainty? For what? And it's a political issue. Why are you putting everybody else in abeyance over that matter? I don't get it. So in that case, well, they didn't get it. They did not get it. So it's what Rigath's attorneys are trying to explore. You can move from this stage, from the High Court. Today in the morning, there were the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal, I think, told them, no, this process is still playing itself out at the High Court. Wait, and then you can be sure either this evening or tomorrow morning or even, tonight, they are filing those papers before the Court of Appeal. And from there, they move to the Supreme Court. Well, yeah, I'm not so sure. That enhances our, constitution, as some people want to put it. Political issues must be resolved politically. And that's why when elections are disputed the way they happen in Kenya, if the person who has lost elections doesn't go to the courts, that doesn't mean that matter is finalized, because there will still be a problem. It's a constituency that will not accept the outcome, and you cannot wish them away. So there is supposed to be a political settlement, and the courts cannot settle that. But when they go to the courts and the courts settle, you can even see it doesn't end there. The stalemate continues until these people behind the scenes, they reach out to one another. William Ruto reaches out to Raila Odinga, or Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga reach out to each other. And then thereafter, well, the country can have some semblance of normalcy. But before that, the courts are pronounced, there's still mayhem and uncertainty. What does it tell you? It tells you political issues cannot be resolved legally. They can't. And especially in our case, it cannot. It can't work. They have to be resolved politically. And in this case, William Ruto thinks, no, he couldn't reach out to Rigathi for some kind of armistice, rapprochement. No, our relationship is irretrievably collapsed. We part ways. That was it. That was it. So we conflate things. There are things you can resolve legally. There are things you can't. Even if you take them to the courts will not settle them. They'll continue festering going forward. And this is one of them.
Okay, thank you so much. Ian Saj, what do you have to say on this, Iano? Unaendeleaje?
Vipita anaendelea tu vizuri.
Mm.
Labda wewe.
Mimi niko salama, anapambana.
Pia mimi. Hii mambo ya Rigathi imenipata hivyo hivyo. Mimi nilikuwa diehard wake, iko tu sawa. Sikuwa na expect kitu ingine isipokuwa hiyo juu obvious Ruto amewin koti zote na amewin kila kitu. So vile ndio amefanya tu iko sawa. Then Pipita, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuwauliza hapa. Sijui hii mambo ya SHA kwa hospitali mmeenda, kuna yako inafanya ama ya mtu mwingine inafanya? Just to confirm. Pipita.
What is your experience wewe Saj? Mimi sijaenda hospitali yet. So sina I've just seen the news updates on them but siwezi kupatia full update on it.
Bado mimi yangu haifanyi, bado inakataa. Unajua walituingiza by force by fire. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kujua tu kama kuna mwenye ameenda akakuwa successful, atuambie maybe ni hospitali gani within Nairobi County. Sina mambo ingine Pipita.
All right, asante Ian for that, and I'd also want to hear from people who are actually interacting with this share. Unajua nimeonelea a very disappointing tweet in the morning that somebody lost their father because they could not afford dialysis. Yeah. So in as much as we're talking about Rigathi and all these the people that have been lost, we have lost actual lives as well. In real time, we are losing lives in real time. Thank you so much for highlighting it, Ian. Sijui ni hospitali gani umeenda ukakosa kuhudumiwa? Maybe you can let us know on that.
I was in Mamaruzi.
Nasikia hiyo ndo casualty yake inakaa vibaya, imejaa sana.
Nilikuwa nimeenda shughuli zingine, hiyo mambo ya kutembea tembea huko mimi si kutembea, lakini hapo kwa hiyo mambo ya SHA walikataa, walisema maybe we pay by cash.
So I don't know how many other people are experiencing the same across the country. I'd like to hear. I know we have listeners from all over Kenya, so kama unatusikia uko in different parts of the country, let us know what is your experience with SHIF. Is it working? From the news, I've not seen any positive news. Nasikia walileta mtu mwenye amefanyiwa heart transplant na akapona immediately. The medics say it cannot happen, but what do I know?
Maybe naona mwenye tu alikuwa amenitangulia hapo Western, sijui kama yeye amejaribu kuangalia kama yake inafanya, maybe atukonfirmie.
Western, are you on shift by the way?
Peter, I'm not yet even there. I haven't even registered, imagine.
Were you on previously on NHIF? I have some magic for you.
Oh, you've got some magic for me?
Yeah. Were you previously in NHIF?
Yes, I was.
Abracadabra, you are in shift.
Oh.
I also got signed up on shift like that. So yeah, no nasikia bado hajafika, but that is quite unfortunate kama watu wanaambiwa lipe cash. Na wale watu wanapata mshahara, the salaried guys, tell us, mmekatwa pesa ya shift ama bado? My friend was very angry, I think 2 days ago when I was visiting. He was like, wametuandikia email bila kuregister shift, hakuna kupewa mshahara this month. Here, it's that bad. Guys, hamtalipa mshahara bila kuregister kitu ama it's just them? I don't know.
Wacha mambo ya kulipa mshahara. Hata saa hii walai ukienda kuapply kazi mahali NHIF wameweka kando shift ya saa hii wanaitisha. I experienced that the other day.
So no more NHIF compliance, sasa ni shift compliance.
Ruto anafanya vitu by force by fire, mpende msipende, anafinya kufinya watu. Kama hivi pita, kama unapata 50,000 ka 39 ndio utapeleka nyumbani, sistuke ka 11 hakuna.
Very interesting. Everybody request the microphone and talk to me about that shift thing. What are your thoughts on that? Because it's quite sad to think about it.
Walai, watu waongee bwana, watuambie SHA inafanya kazi wapi, tuende huko juu. Huku ni noma sana bwana.
Na watu wana hate on my twin sister. Na wapostia twin wangu ndo mnifanyie hivyo. Miki anasema this is quite sad. Anasema my bro-in-law hufanya dialysis twice weekly cash. Shift doesn't pay for it hadi leo. That's one full month. Watu wamekuwa wakisurvive on kulipa cash money for and you know, I think it was DJ Krober who was saying that his wife gets dialysis for I think 9,000 per session. Can you imagine? And they have to have 2 sessions. Take care of your kidneys, guys. It's not good. It's not good at all. I see who that? Babu, habari yako?
Salama Mr. Pipita. How are you?
I am well, karibu.
Asante. Nimeona ni jump into conversation ya hii mambo ya Rigathi na hii serikali na venye tunapelekwa na hii serikali ya huyu jamaa.
Karibu, tunakusikia.
So ulikuwa kuna swali ulikuwa umeuliza kuhusiana na hii issue ya Rigathi kwamba tayari yeye ameshashindwa ama what next step yake ambayo anaweza kuchukua maybe. Na mimi nikiangalia ninaona kama ni kama anaelekea mwishoni, anaelekea kusarenda. Sioni kama kuna kitu nyingine anaweza kufanya kikamsaidia. Maybe wanaweza muacha asipigwe hiyo bani ya 10 years, aje ambiwe maybe process ilikuwa na shida kidogo, aachwa akuwe kwenye siasa. Ni kitu ambacho na sasa hivi nikimwangalia naona sidhani kama inaweza play into his advantage, kwa sababu hii move ni kama ilikuwa calculated since way back. Tukikumbuka jamaa alivyoingia tu tayari kuna wale judges ambao Uhuru alikuwa na issue nao, aliclear hiyo issue kidogo mwanzoni pia. Court ilikuwa inaweza kufanya vitu ambavyo wananchi tunaona ni kama court iko neutral, lakini kidogo ikawa ni kama iko compromise kidogo. Sasa hivi unaona kama hii SHA ilipita, hii housing levy iliachiliwa ikapita, nini nyingine hii juzi hapa sijui pia walipitisha nini. So mpaka jana si leo pia kumekuwa na issue ya bank M-Pesa zinakuwa KRA wanakuwa wanaweza kuingia na kuangalia unaingiza nini, unapata nini, ili tu wakukate. I mean, nikiangalia mimi nashindwa. So ni kitu alikitengeneza, yani hii movie ilikuwa calculated way back. Alijua nitaenda hapa, nitapita hapa, nitatumia huyu na huyu, akijaribu ku counter pata hapa, mimi nitafanya hivi na hivi. So sioni kama anaweza kusaidika, labda fight tu atolewe hiyo ban, na kama yuko kwenye power maybe na mood ya politics na maisha ya Wakenya venye sasa hivi iko, maybe ajaribu kujaribu kuja na watu wengine, kuja na maybe manifesto mengine ambayo anaweza kuambia watu na wakamsikiliza, akuwe na nguvu huku kwa wananchi, kwa sababu hata sasa hivi vile anaongea ni kama kuanza kuogopa, kwa sababu akiongea anasema mkuwe tu, msilete vurugu, msifanye nini, kwa sababu anajua akionekana maybe anaweza kuwa na hiyo influence kidogo, ashaye kuguswa na Uhuru, vitu zake zishafungwa, vishafanya nini, na sasa hivi aliwekewa ma corruption case. Sasa hivi kiukweli hata yeye mwenyewe ashakuwa hana hiyo nguvu tena. Na kuhusiana na SHA, personally pia mimi sijajaribu, but pia nimesikia watu wengi kadhaa wakisema haifanyi. Upande wa Mombasa huku watu wana complain haifanyi. So I don't know man, sijui maisha yanakuaje. Kama Mkenya nilikuwa najaribu kufikiria na naweza kufikiria tena hapa na sauti, sijui mimi kama kijana wa Mkenya sijui kama naweza kuwa successful na pesa halali. Yaani sijui kama naweza kufanya kazi nilipe hizi taxes zote ambazo nawekewa, maisha magumu, yani mazingira ya kufanya biashara magumu, na maybe nikikuwa employed, serikali inataka kuchukua pesa zangu zote, sidhani kama naweza kufanikiwa, yani sioni kabisa. Sioni kabisa. Maybe tubadilishe hii serikali, lakini kama bado itakuwa hapa, I don't know man. I don't know.
Thank you for that submission, Bwana Babu. Najua watu wengi mambo imechemka hii wiki. We are moving from SHA to shift to Rigathi. We are just trying to catch up on everything that is going on in our country. I see Anthony Omoro has joined us. How are you doing, Anthony?
I'm fine. Nashukuru sana Pipita. Na salimia wote ambao wako katika space, na ningependa kuchangia maneno mawili ama matatu kuhusu bana ambayo uliweka hapo juu, Rigathi out. Kwa ukweli miaka miwili ambayo tumepitia kama nchi ya Kenya, tumekuwa kwa giza kali sana, na hata hivi tunavyoongea Kenya iko mahali pabaya kabisa. Na hii giza, shida ambazo zimetukabidhi kama Kenya ni chini ya serikali ya Ruto pamoja na Rigathi Gachagua. Hao wawili wametuingiza katika shimo kubwa sana. Na naunga mkono alitangulia hapo mbele, alisema kutolewa kutoka mamlakani kwa Gachagua haituhusu sisi kama wazalendo ambao tunapigania hali iwe mzuri kwa Wakenya wote. Sio zamani, mwezi wa 6 tumepoteza vijana kwa njia tatanishi, mpaka wa sasa bado hatujapona. Watu vijana wanazidi kuwa abducted, watu wanapotea, hatujui wako wapi, hatujui wameenda wapi. Na hakuna haki yote ambayo tunaiona kama nchi. Kwa hivyo kubanduliwa nje Rigathi ni jambo ambalo ni muhimu sote kama Wakenya tuishangilie, sababu ile cohesive oppressive regime ambayo imetuumiza kwa muda mrefu iko split katikati, na vita yetu bado hatujafikia mahali tunataka tuende. Kwa hivyo inabidi bado tuzidi kuwa na umoja na steadfastness. Juzi tumeona hizi kazi za Qatar, vile vijana watu wa makamu wametoka karibu 20,000 watafuta ajira 3,000 peke yake ambazo zilikuwepo. So tuko kwa hali mbaya, lakini nitasema kitu moja tu. Hivi Gachagua amebanduliwa nje, sasa we must welcome him, arudi upande wetu. Lazima tumshabikie kama mmoja wetu. Sababu gani? Alliances akiwa nje, tuki-ally na yeye, pengine hizo resources ambazo yuko nazo inaweza ikatusaidia kuweza kunatua hii serikali ambayo inatunyanyasa kama Wakenya. Kwa hivyo tusizidi kumtupia matope ama nini. Tumkaribishe, tuwe karibu na yeye, tumwambie vita yetu bado inaendelea. Pale mahali wamekutoa, hapo ndio tunataka tupiga wale, tuwaondoe ili Kenya irudi kwa barabara, wananchi waweze kupata mafaa ya ushuru ambazo wanatoa. Nitasema neno la mwisho kuhusu SHA. Kwa ukweli, hii ni mpangilio ambayo iko nje ya reli. Hivi majuzi, nafikiria jana, wametangaza ya kwamba karibu milioni 13 ya Wakenya ambao wamejumuishwa katika hii mpango wa SHA. Ukweli wa ndani ni milioni 12 kati ya hiyo idadi ambayo ilitajwa ni watu ambao wamekuwa compulsorily transferred kutoka kwa NHIF. Hakuna Wakenya kwa hiari yao ambao wanazidi wanaendelea kujiandikisha na SHIF ama SHA. Systems za SHIF and SHA vile kuna moja lipo mbele hazifanyi kazi kabisa. Hata kama umekuwa transferred automatically, ukienda katika hospitali yoyote, ukijaribu kutrack details zako, watakuambia kwamba hii haijakuwa operationalized, bado nini, lazima ulipe cash. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo mahali pale tuko sasa. Na kupitia idadi hiyo ambayo nilitaja hapo mbele ya kwamba kuna milioni 13 ambao wameandikishwa, inamaanisha ya kwamba 75% wa citizens Kenya hii hawako katika mtandao wa SHIF ama SHA. Na hiyo ni kitu ambayo ni ya kugadhabisha sana. Kama wananchi, constitution yetu, katiba yetu inatutakia haki ya kuweza access medical services katika hospitali yoyote ya public. Ukienda kwa private hospital peke yake ndio watakana ulipe. Sisi tunajua ya kwamba ukienda kwa idara yote ya afya ya serikali, ni level 1 ama level 2 ya dispensary, ambayo serikali inajivunia kwamba ukienda pale bora umeandikishwa kama member wa SHIF and SHA utapata services. Hakuna services zozote ambazo ziko kwa hizi madispensary za serikali. Hata Panadol kupata ni ngumu. Sasa tuko wapi kama Wakenya? Tuko gizani, tuko jangwani. Kwa hivyo bado tuzidi kujikakamua, tujue adui yetu ni serikali ambayo imebakia pale, iwe ni broad base, iwe ni bread base ama nini. Lazima tuendelee kutafuta njia mwafaka ambao tutaweza kama wananchi wa Kenya kuweza kupata haki zetu kama watu ambao tunalipa ushuru kila kuchao. Ni hayo ndio nilikuwa nikitaka niseme kwa jioni ya leo. Pipita, nimeshukuru sana kunipatia nafasi hiyo, na asanteni nyote. Nitarudi kama msikilizaji nizidi kuparticipate. Asante sana.
All right, asante sana Bwana Anthony. Anthony kwa hiyo submission yako. Naambia kwamba mabibi na mabwana, you're listening to Homeland Pipi. Thank you so much kwa wale na subscribe. We're about 10 subscribers off to the top, or to 400 subscribers kwa YouTube channel HRWP. Just go to YouTube, search HRWP and search. There's a new show there, Just a Minute to Akili, that I've dropped. It's amazing for me and my people who are looking to understand the law. You need to go there and check it out. Also, It's end of the month, ladies and gentlemen, na huku ni ile wakati pia mambo ya utilities inasumbua hapa hivi kwenye studio. You can always support us by going into that tip jar 0721948229 and also help us keep the lights running here on our side of the show. I wanted to bring in Barongo, but looks like Barongo has decided to be a Murongo. Barongo Muongo.
Pipita.
Yes.
Umefanya Anthony aende. Nilikuwa nataka anijibu swali lingine hapa.
Ako tu kwa listener unazouliza.
Okay, amesema yeye amefurahia Rigathi Gachagua kuenda. Ndio. Swali ni venye Gachagua ameenda SHA itafanya kazi. Swali lingine venye Gachagua ameenda, then si bring in Kindiki. Kindiki ndio atakuja arainisha mambo ama yeye kulingana na yeye ana celebrate juu Gachagua akiwa ameenda. Hivyo tu.
Wewe sasa issue yako ni gani ndugu yangu? Eti watu wamefurahia Gachagua ameenda. Mimi pia nimefurahia ameenda by the way. I don't give a shit about him. Aende kabisa.
Why?
Why? Why am I explain? I'm telling you, should I explain to you that he's a tribalist? Should I? Wacha bwana. Vitu zingine unafaa ujue tu kutoka kwa umbali. Somebody should tell you, oh, we are happy. We should tell you why we are happy.
Nakuona sana.
Shika hii kiboko hapa. Apologists wanasiasa. Kwanza za kutoa kwa mic request ni kunyime tena. Toka! Apologists. Politician apologists. Kuja hapa kutuambia eti why? Why are you? Kwa tukuja hapa hivi tuko tumekasirika, you know, I'm very sad. Shenzi nini? Come on. You need to do better. Wewe ndio umetoka kuniambia hapa Shifa ikufanyii kazi. And you're telling me why? Sasa kutukana matusi ya nyumbani. We. Mimi mambo ya ujinga sijui mountain. I'm not going to give you a chance to speak on my show. I'm not going to push that tribal bigotry on my space. Yeah. Can you imagine somebody doing dialysis twice a week? Peleke hospitali twice a week. Alafu tena unaniambia, and you know, many people become poor from going to hospital. Saja anasema, brother, usikuje kusema peti why nini? Just put out your point without asking people questions. Just because.
Halo, asanti sana Pipita. Ningependa kuongezea ambayo umesema kuhusu hizo maswali nimeuliziwa hapo hivyo mbele. The first thing is Rigathi and Ruto are the leaders of a dysfunctional system. Corrupt, iko na wizi, hakuna system yote ambayo inafanya kazi. One half of it ikitoka nje, kazi ambayo imebakia ni 50% less. Hiyo ndio kitu ambayo ningetaka afahamu. Lazima tushangilie kutoka kwake. Lakini kuna kitu pia nilisema, tumukaribishe upande hii, tupige ile nusu imebakia, tuitoa nje kabla 2027. Lakini kwa sasa sababu tunafurahia kutoka kwake, yeye ni one half of an oppressive regime whose head now, half of it has been chopped off. And honestly, that is something to celebrate. We have less evil remaining, but lazima tujikakamue zaidi. Hiyo tu ndio sababu nimechukua mic tena nimjibu hiyo swali ambayo alikuwa akitaka nimjibu mimi mwenyewe. Asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi tena Pipita.
Asante kwa vile yako hapa. Wacha tena Pengine shenzi sana yan. But why? Why?
Bwana Peter wacha. Mimi sijakuuliza swali. Mimi nimeuliza Anthony na amenijibu. Ni sawa.
Ilibidi hata mimi na kujibu. So
Gavi ameenda, one haenda
mute your
down.
mic coming. Come on. Talk to us, Gitonga.
Yes, so it is one haina down. I think tumebakisha ma MP wale wa kuchaguliwa ni 290 na women rep 47. Those are 337 and one president and constitution of the IBC. We have an unfinished business with a lot of these MPs. Najua tu wa Kenya wamekaa wametulia, but as soon as we get our chance to recall, we shall recall them. Now, of law is not with him. The spirit of the constitution is not with him. So sasa Rigathi ameenda, kazi ni mingi. Hakuna mkora umesikia ameshikwa na NYS. We have yet to recover a lot of wasted funds. So there's still much to do, but we can't do it with this thief and this. And
Hey, mtandao itanionyesha mambo.
You are listening to
risk to lose eti kwa sababu umekuwa tu hapa hivi. You can't lose your consistency because of such. But I'm glad you guys have been very supportive in terms of also coming to the mic and Mahari. Okay, that is a dark joke. That is a very dark joke. Let me just leave it at that. Levy 0721948229, where you drop in your support for the show as well. So asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wamekuwa na mimi. Saja sema even if he brings in Rela as so, yeah, that is what Ian Saj is saying. But Humming, how are you doing, Hummingbird?
Yeah. I'm doing fine. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, nakus
Itabidi tu mmesikia kile nataka kusema eh? So with the Kenyan people, hata kama Gachagua atatoka, you cannot use the same principles to impeach Ruto because this guy he owns the arms of the government. Yeah? So at any moment kuna watu kwa mfuko bana, so usiseme tu ni gas peke yako nayo. Huyu jamaa akiamua extend term yake, hakuna kitu mtafanya unless sisi wote tutoke kwa streets. Akiamua kufanya hivi kwa government atafanya. Ruto anawapanga venye yeye anataka kuwapanga. This guy, if you don't stand up to yourself, ni watu wangapi hawako X? Ni watu wangapi hawako kwa hii space wenye hawajui nini inaendelea kwa nchi? Ile time Ruto anataka kuingia preso, ataenda ushago, atamwaga do and people will accept the money. All in vain. Hakuna kitu tunasaidia nchi. Yeah, that was my point. Thank you for the mic.
right. Thank you Hummingbird for that challenge as well. Umesema kwamba mpaka when you talk about civic education, you talk about telling people about this, the law, their role as a citizen, but you don't take them to the ballot paper that I'm getting here on the show. You can write your comments as well if you're not able to join us. We still have 2 more hours to go to the top of the hour for today. That is 9 p.m. East Africa. You need to go to YouTube and check out that channel of ours. I have a lawyer there talking about what exactly it means by Rigathi going to hospital. What to office? How are they going to work with the boss? You know, because it's supposed to be the principal secretary. How is this supposed to work with the boss if they are not talking? I see. And for 2024, you can explain like me, you know. Can you explain? Yeah. So anyway, regarding I would like to hear on that, because as somebody said, this is a fully political process. Sisi tu tuko hapa kuenjoy cinema. So the more cinema inaendelea unfold, the better. Najua, we are hoping one ninataka kuambia ukweli. Nani alichukua pesa ya Adani? Adani ni nani? Sasa wewe unaona tukufanyie nini? Oh my God. I really am going to hell. Yeah. One of the reasons why Rigathi lost is the lawyers. The lawyers have been very careless. I think they knew. Either way they are going to win, so to lose. So the question here is, where is Maverick Aoko? Has any formal communication been made on that? Where's Maverick? That is that, and also I would like to hear from people who are in the chief. What wameenda kwa chief pale hivi. How is it looking? The statistics that you're getting 75% of us. I'm saying us because I woke up one day at 3 p.m. I'm not going to name the employers because I also need my friends to send me tips. I can't risk. I can't risk. So I don't want to be jobless with them here. Employer ni wakati sasa. Yes. Western, I don't know if you have an additional, but look at what you're saying. How did the High Court believe that Kindiki was approved by IBC that does not exist? Peter, that thing about IBC, well, you know, that's what we call hair splitting hairs. They would ask you for a lot of documents to show that you're paying your taxes. If you are given a loan, you've serviced your loan, or you're servicing your loan. You do not have as members of parliament. So when a lawyer talks about IBC, is supposed to be there to clear Kindiki. See, that is the ideal. But we know we live in a political system whereby whether it's to the cabinet or a whole host of government employees. Well, on rare occasions, you see those people being rejected. It's only they're not interested in those issues of ethics. What did he do when he was serving as Interior Cabinet Secretary or at a previous life? They're not interested in those things. So the government, Peter, it's not what they say they are going to do. It's not what is contained in their policy documents. Regard for the Constitution, then you are the one who's misreading what they are doing. If you invoke, what the Constitution says vis-a-vis the appointment of this and that person,
during the nomination, following the disbandment of cabinet, that he wasn't a this 95 out of 100 times they get away with it. On rare occasions are they stopped in their tracks. So it's about taking a flight of fancy, if I may put it as such. And the law will not cure problems emanating from moral infractions. It's not going to cure those kind of things. The law is not going to cure an individual or a group of people who look at the law as a distraction, something that stands in the way of what they want to realize. And that's why I remember saying, once the impeachment is over, the deputy president nominee will be sworn in immediately. And then someone, no, but you see, he has to be cleared by the parliament. So, but that process can be hurried up. You can make parliament sit in one evening. You can summon them to Nairobi from wherever they are, and they're going to clear that nominee immediately. And that's exactly what they did. And another person said, no, but this matter will go to the courts. Okay. But the courts are not also disinterested in that matter. They can't sit on that matter for eternity. So as we sit now, chances are high that he could be sworn in tomorrow or any time. Could be sworn in. And once he's sworn in, it is game over. Because there's no way, even if you go to the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court, those two courts can reverse that decision. So IEBC, well, it's part of the state. It's not our friend. I think we should get that clear. It's not our friend. It's an extension of the state, IEBC. It's an extension of the state machinery. So why we think IEBC can operate differently, I don't get it. Because those are presidential appointees. And even the interviews, like Jebukati, for instance, when he ran, he applied for the position of IEBC chair. Well, he was picked in as much as he was not the best candidate. They picked him, didn't they? Yeah, he went up and assumed chair. And after every election, IEBC is disbanded. It's disbanded. What does it mean? It means it's set there expressly to serve a particular purpose, preside over this election. And then what happens? We'll disband you. And then there'll be you and cry. Kenyans will say, can you reconstitute? We'll reconstitute another one. They will also do the job. And when they are done, they're disbanded. That has been the way things have been operating since, when was it? Moi days to date. These people never stay around. After elections, they're discredited. And it's always the government that thinks that they're doing a good job. Because, they're presided over an election that the people who are controlling the government, have benefited. Of course, they're going to celebrate them. So those are moot issues about political party affiliation, IEBC. Is he a registered voter? Some even would want to go into those kind of, is he a registered voter? What does the law say? Has he resigned as Interior Cabinet Secretary? He's holding another job. He didn't resign before. No, all those amount to hair splitting, because we're not the US. We tend to think we're more like South Sudan. That's the reality. We're more like Burundi. We're more like Uganda. But we tend to think we're more like US. No, we are not. We tend to think we're more like UK. No, we are not. We're more like these other countries. The kind of things that happen in their backyards, they happen in our backyard. So that When somebody tells you, no, we are better than Uganda, at least in our case, the constitution works. At least in our case, the judiciary is independent. The same person, the following minute, is telling you, no, these courts are captured. Really? You are the one who said the other day, we are better than South Sudan. Now today you're bemoaning the fact that the courts are captured. Now it's that kind of thing. Sometimes we tend, as I put it, we take a flight of fancy. We're in Texas or we are in Washington, D.C. and stuff like that. So we're like, where Donald Trump can take leave of the campaign and go to the court, to respond to charges. From there, he goes back to his campaign trail. Or where a son of a sitting president can be taken to court and convicted. We are not that kind of a country, are we? We are not. We're not a country where a president will be summoned to court and appear. So that, Pipita, I put it to you, just visualize the impeachment of a president going forward. If this has proven to be this elaborate and protracted, can you contemplate the impeachment of a sitting president? First, where will even get a member of parliament that will do the Mutuse kind of thing to table the motion? Where will you get that person? Before when we move to getting the requisite numbers in both houses, before when we talk about going to the High Court, and then, can you imagine how protracted it's likely to be? Just getting the person who's going to bail the cat. Where will you get that person? So the reality is we are more like Nigeria. We are more like South Sudan. We are more like Burundi. We are more like Central African Republic. We are not more like Texas or US or UK. And I think when you read things like that, then you see things in proper perspective. And you're likely to come up with realistic, resolutions to your contradictions, as opposed to sending people to the US to see how things are happening there. And then they bring those things back to, they're just having a nice time. They cannot replicate those things, but we can send them to Central African Republic. Go and see what's going on there and tell us whether we can borrow something from there. But they'll be resistant and they'll think you are insulting them. So Kindiki will be sworn in, regardless of those issues they are raising, because in the broader scheme of things, those kind of things only apply to you and me, not to the people at that level. They don't. They are above it.
Asante sana for that, Western Diamond. How are you doing?
Pipi, sasa.
Poa sana
I'm
mzee.
well.
Yeah.
I've listened to Western today, and is quite different from the Western I've been listening to. I think the last time I heard him king, today is quite sarcastic in terms of his view of things and what has been happening, which I agree with him. To. The only thing that I would ask myself is, if we are like South Sudan, then do we really need a constitution? Because for them, they are not operating with any. I'm sure they are operating by the will. In fact, they have like five vice presidents or something like that. And I even don't think they have a constitution. But be that as it may, I think the last have been actually very funny. And funny to me in a way that even away from what Rigathi Gachagua is going through, I've actually seen the court walk away from the path they've been walking along. And I'll give examples. For a very long time, the court has been holding to the reasoning that public is something that is very important. They used a few months ago. However, the Supreme Court yesterday or the day before actually said that today public participation on matters that are supposed to be done by Parliament is not important. They don't really care if Parliament will take into consideration whatever output the interests of the public. So that departure from the stance where public participation was being looked at as an important legislative action tells me I think the courts have now joined the bandwagon with the judiciary, with the executive and the legislature. I also looked at the housing levy thing on Tuesday. I think they threw that away. I know there is something with the SHA tomorrow morning. I'm sure they will throw that away as well. Now, maybe this is now the problem that we had with, I think, what I can say before the 2010 constitution, where the public trust on institutions is actually being eroded. And I can say actually today, very many Kenyans do not believe that the current parliament is doing what it's supposed to do. So we don't have a lot of confidence with some of these institutions. As Western is saying that, yes, we are more like South Sudan and whatever. I think there's a time when we actually had more confidence with the institutions than they are today. In fact, there's a time when Parliament, I think the 2013 to 2017 one, they would actually even struck away a proposal by the executive. I think the second term for Uhuru, he lost a lot of battles in the judiciary. One of them is the BBI. He lost it almost completely. And at that point, obviously, I would still say the judiciary had the teeth to bite. It had the ability to bite. It was also trying to actually bite. Today, the judiciary, the way it's going, I think we've now lost that completely. The IBC, for example, might not even be set up. Now, what is the risk? For me, the risk is that we continuously lose confidence with some of these institutions, and a motive issue like an election cannot then be presided over by these courts. And it can. And Kenya is a very funny country. You know, the 2007 post-election violence happened because we never trusted what the IEBC, it was called ECK. Was it called the ECK? Western, anyone? I think it was called the
ECK.
So yes, the thing is, we actually went because we did not trust on the numbers they were telling us, they were giving us. Now, the risk with us today is, yes, the executive will have it will have its way the full time. It will fire Rigathi Gachagua. That is okay. That is okay. He can go home. There is nothing, obviously. Some of us are getting out of him. There's nothing. It's not like he's a good Kenyan or there is any difference. Even Kindiki, even if he goes to that office, there's nothing he's going to do that's different. It's just another stooge that's being put there. But the thing is, what happens to public trust in these institutions? Because there are times when these institutions are supposed to stand for something. I remember the 2008 parliament, the one that Marende was the speaker. There is a time when political temperatures were really, really bad. And Marende was given, there was something he was to discuss. What was it? I don't remember the exact. Alonso, or which issue? There was an issue though that Marende actually was, the country was waiting to see how Marende would react and what judgment the speaker would give that time. I don't remember the exact one, but there was something. But the fact that he gave a very solid judgment gave Parliament a lot of legitimacy. So when issues landed in Parliament, we knew that we had a speaker that could stand for something. Now, let's move forward to 2013. The Supreme Court had only been set. So it was the first time that we had a Supreme Court. They made judgments, and the IBC then, the ruling was, I don't know, but I think it was fair. Might not have agreed with it, but I think it was a bit fair. 2017, when Maraga was actually overturning an election, Kenyans had already had a lot of confidence with the courts. So even when he overturned the election, Kenyans actually agreed with him. No one went to the street, nothing. We went to a second election, although it was shambolic, we went back to it and we agreed. Now, what is my question? My question is, if the people start feeling like the judiciary is captured, quote in quote, then assuming we get into 2017, and obviously IBC, as Western has said very clearly, these are presidential appointees. So if they mess up with an election and it becomes a very tight election, I don't know who will vie. Obviously, Rigathi is out of the question. So I don't know who will vie. Maybe Morara. Let's use that as an example. If it becomes a very tight election and we do not trust IBC and we also do not trust, we are not a very strong democracy to actually that it might not turn upside down. We fought in 1991, fought again in 2007. I don't know, maybe another 20 years, then it might also go back banning each other. I don't know. I really hope that these institutions will at least start standing for something. But I think the judiciary now is fully gone. The executive is okay. The executive is the wrong one. That we expected both parliament and the judiciary to keep checking. But everybody would actually say we mess up ourselves by voting the wrong people to parliament. Let me tell you, when it gets to voting, even if you vote the right guy, immediately these guys are paid. How much are MPs being paid? We hear 10,000, 15,000. They just given some, the Kericho MCAs, for example, I heard they were being given, I think, 18K each or 19,000 each to vote either to impeach the governor or not. So a politician, I think the cost of actually having all of them in your side might cost you less than 2 million shillings. So the job of actually the public electing the right person, that doesn't exist, Bana. We are not in that class. We are not in that class that you think you will elect an MP because he's a right thinking man, that he gets to parliament and start thinking like himself. They don't. When they go to parliament, either it's your MP, not your MP, immediately they are in parliament, they leave those shoes in the door. We've seen professors of law and any other professor, they are voting the same way as our friend Naite, some of our MPs that we do not think are very good credentials academically. Now, before I finish, because I don't want to talk forever, what am I learned, especially on this process? Not even not even the Gachagua one. I'm not into it so much. Whichever way it goes, it will go one way or another. Kindiki will be given the mantle. He will be sworn in. We'll have a holiday. I don't know what, whatever, and we move on. As a country, we'll move on somewhere. But some of these decisions that the courts are giving, I ask myself. I'm not a lawyer. I'm also not in the legal. But an example, they're saying that immediately you get impeached, you cease to become either governor, senator, or whatever. But again, the same day, the same courts have left Kawira Mwangasa in the office. She's still the governor. So I ask myself, so how do we apply these laws? Because we applied it today. We did that to Sonko as well. When Wambora was surviving every other impeachment, I think he survived almost 9. Waititu went through one of them and they blew him away. So we really decided to, I'm sure most of us have forgotten Waititu was governor at some point. So we had to read the law when it's favoring us, when it's not favoring us. Yeah, but I hope these institutions will start getting a bit of confidence. We depend on these institutions in times when things are very tight. If you are not a young boy in 2007 or a young man then, I'm sure you don't have country to go there. I am not saying we're going to fight. Please don't get me wrong. The confidence of these institutions is not very high, then it can easily topple. That's it for me, Pipita.
Thank you so much, Diamond, also for inspiring us and reminding us the importance of 2020, 2070, 207, yani. 207 was quite a year, bana. Wow. Some of us are kids, but I would hate to go back there again. Really. And people will tell you their stories.
Western, did I lose you?
Diamond? You are trying to say something, Diamond? Ala, Diamond, tukawa tunakupoteza. Hebu unmute. You are trying to say something, also something. Allah. So yeah, as I was saying, 2007 was quite a time, and the country was boiled like this with our politicians. And I've seen many Kenyans have said they want to kick out. They're praying Baba doesn't make it to the AU. What implication that brings to the political landscape? We and Homeland is PP is supported by the listener. Pale hivi kwenye tip cha leo ni 00. Ukweli mmesema landlord leo akuje nianze kum
Yes, I don't know. I lost you at what point, or you lost me at what point?
you are trying to ask a question and then you just went mute.
But the thing is, Kawira, I don't know. I've seen Western raising his hand, but for me, really, it's institutions. If these institutions do not build the public trust, but Hey,
Western. This is how they ruled, and therefore it applies here. It doesn't work like that. And that's why people are usually interested in the philosophical reasoning as to why a judge arrived at a particular decision. How did you arrive at it? So precedents matter, but judges are guided by precedents. They can actually it doesn't work like that. And it shouldn't work like that ideally, because it will make the work of judges so easy. You don't have to think. You just replicate things. You're simply regurgitating stuff. You cannot afford to do that. And you don't even help students who are studying law. And therefore, if there are countries you see, were involved, talked about 2013 elections, Pepita. 2013 election traction. It did not. In my understanding, in my reading, it did not. One, for those who remember, there was a case about the date of elections. Those elections were actually meant to be to 2013, arbitrarily by Moi Kibaki. And the IEBC agreed and everybody else agreed. Of course, at that time, they were buying time. CC cases. How do you, outmaneuver these individuals? And then another matter arose about the eligibility. That matter became a political hot potato. No one wanted to handle it. It was like a tennis ball, kicking there, kicking here. IEBC said matter.
And so having shied away from pronouncing themselves on that matter, it has had a lasting impact on Chapter 6 of the Constitution, on that election. Those who keenly observed it will tell you that there was no outright winner. It couldn't, because the stakes were high. The stakes were high. And again, Pepita, I told people back then that Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto cannot afford to lose this election, because back against the ICC. Without the might of the state, they were tossed. They were tossed. Because then the ICC had to approach them, give us evidence, give us, the inventory of your wealth. Well, you're a president, you're a deputy president. Can you do that? But if you're not there, somebody else who is there is Raila Odinga will give out your inventory. Land does he have? They didn't get that information. So it was a false start. As far as the 2010 900-page evidence, I mean, the Supreme Court just dismissed it. Say, no, you filed it late. No, but when you are seeking justice, the question of lateness, it cannot take precedence over justice. And to really ascertain the veracity of the elections, who exactly won the elections. No, Mutunga and those other churches say, no, your evidence cannot be admitted because it's time barred. Well, that was a technicality. It is. The kind of things that used to happen under the 1963 Constitution that ceased to operate upon the promulgation of this Constitution. Because at that time, judges will tell you, if you file a presidential petition, and Mwai Kibaki and I think Ken Matiba, suffer yourself. It's your wife who signed these papers, and therefore they are not admissible. Those are technicalities that were there, and they continued under this new dispensation at the very, very beginning. But Pipita, of interest, which some people don't know, and that one of the people he visited was Daniel Moi. And some of the individuals who had been in the trenches and had suffered, been detained for the rule of law, for the Constitution, who used to detain people, without trial and all sorts of human rights violations. Well, his answer was mired in apathy. And they do matter. Who you meet, when you're a public figure, it matters. It does. Nothing. It's because you don't just wake up and meet somebody. It's embodiment of power. Now they could meet and talk about power issues. But when he was on the other side, fighting against the people on this other side, he was an outsider. Then he was an insider. So it tells you when people tell you power does corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So for me, I think court before it happened, well, there was a lot about building courts and whatever, but you can build courts, but buildings don't amount to justice. They don't amount to justice. You can digitize court proceedings, but that in and of itself does not amount to justice.
1 minute wasted.
So, and that's why when Maraga retired, the powers that be who could think independently, it informed the selection of his successor.
They couldn't go for Makau Mutua. I remember, and also Miguna. Imagine Miguna as your Chief Justice, ladies and gentlemen. Yani, I want the evidence. Hata si lawyer nakupeleka ni judge. Where is the evidence? I said cap 127. We really need an Miguna Chief Justice. When one day when people actually desire change and wake up in the morning and do the necessary for the right person, I hope it's soon. We need Chief Justices who do not have fear, like the one you're talking about, Maraga. Yeah, we need Chief Justice of that caliber. Victor, how are you doing? Thank you so much, Western Shilao, for that submission and also that response. Nikaba Diki ametoroka. Victor, how are you doing?
Niko poa PP. How are you doing? How is mom doing?
Ako salama, hata mimi niko better.
I mean, naona mmeamua kufanyia Gachagua mambo. Sasa si ndio broken heart syndrome itashika kabisa.
Unajua Dr. Kikojo pia ako na familia, ndugu yangu. Sijui kama unajua hivyo.
Anyway, this is my take. You cannot fight the state and win. Yeah, you can't. Whatever. Even if the state decided to take it slowly, wachukue hizo 74 days, Gachagua would still have gone out. Because once the state has decided that they don't want you, they don't want you. Yeah. Now, I think Gachagua's stubbornness has been his own downfall. Na hii ikue a lesson to everybody, and I'm going to repeat it here. James Agri Orengo has always said that revolutions eat their own children. Yeah, that whenever you are supporting whatever candidate, whatever party, whatever government, whatever strong opinion you have, always never allow yourself to border on psychophancy and assume that you are the most powerful. Right? Gachagua behaved like as if he was president of this nation. Sometimes when he was speaking, you would ask yourself, "Who jama shida yake ni nini?" And now he has the very people who were hanging out with him, the very people who were cheering him on, are the same people in Mwangusha. I can count many rallies where Rigathi Gachagua was probably with Ndidi Nyoro and Kimani Ichung'wah and even the lawyers, even hawa kina Ojienda venye walitoroka wakaenda wakaingia wakaanza oh, we are working with the president because we are looking for development. See, when ODM wanted to suspend these people, see, Gachagua was one of the people. Ikiwa mtu anataka kufanya kazi na rais, mbona mkataze? Kwa sababu amekuja kutafuta maendeleo. That Ojienda is the same person kwa koti leo arguing for his crucifixion. Yeah, it should be a lesson to all of us, especially young people. Na hii hapa ndo sasa tunasema democracy imechacha. Unaona vile shift inaingia, NSSF inataka kuongezwa, housing levy ndio hiyo. Sasa you have no option but to participate in governance. Hauna option, hakuna option. Unajua ile option ya kusemanga mimi sipigangi kura, mimi hata siasa hatuangaliangi. Now you have no option. Now you have to participate in governance. Now you have to participate in elections. Now you have to make sure that you do your part as a citizen. Hiyo ndio sasa inaitwa kuwa citizen. Hiyo passport unalia huo upati ukitafuta ama ID. Once you have that ID and passport, it's not just a document inakaa kwa wallet. That document should give you an authority to interrogate matters of governance, matters of the state with your voice. And if your voice and other people's voices come collectively, tuko ndani. Wacheni hii mambo ya kulialia sijui ati tuanze kuangalia. I mean, history is good. Whatever Mutunga did, whatever Kibaki did, whatever sijui Baba did, nini. County, about 80% of their revenue collection inaenda in paying legal fees. Unashangaa what kind of legal fees are those? And that is outside the pending bills zenye hawajalipa in 10 years since Alfred Mutua became governor. So this is our time. Hakuna kutoroka kwa sababu sisi wote tutaenda Qatar. Sisi wote tutaenda Jordan. Sisi wote tutaenda Oman. Sisi wote, kuna watu wameenda Germany kweli venye nilisikia Ruto ametoka huko. Sijasikia, I've not heard of any flight going to Germany or anything. Sisi wote hatuwezi enda nje. Na even as some of us want to leave, there are some of us who are coming back to the country. So the onus is on us. Lazima and we can do this. We can do this with decency, decorum, and one voice. Unaona? Sio lazima tutukanane, matusi kubwa kubwa, sijui manyanyaza watu, sijui. Me, I don't like that kind of politics because I don't think it works. Because you then enter into the same space as these political shenanigans, and then you are now in their space, and hapo watakumaliza. So we call ourselves intelligent young people. We are tech savvy. We are, we are knowledgeable. Tunajua kupass information na nini. Let us use that ability. Let us use that resource yenye tuko nayo na tujipange vizuri kabisa to make sure that mashinani mahali tuko, where your grandmothers are, where your fathers are, where our mothers are, in the cities where our friends are. Because kuna marafiki zetu wengine ndio wamesoma, lakini ukisikia vile wana argue unashangaa, where are we heading? And it's also time to call people out. For instance, mimi mtu amenibo kabisa kwa hii the whole impeachment process, especially kwa kotini, and I say with a lot of respect and humility, is one Ndegwa Jiru. Ndegwa Jiru has been in all manner of TV stations calling Rigathi Gachagua all manner of names. Na saa hizi, he was the first one kumdefend. No. I mean, you mean there was not any other lawyer who could have defended DP? And this double-sidedness yetu, and you see it with bloggers. Saa hizi unaona kina Pauline, kina Gabriel, state. Itafika mahali where now your opinions are too big for the state and they will crush you. Hata kina Kaluma hao wanaongea, unasikia sasa wanaongea right now, sijui they're in power, sijui blah blah blah. Watch this space. Yeah. So my lesson to us young people, there's a difference between the nation and the state. Now, of course, the William Ruto government, there are things they are doing that are good. I will not say that it's a devilish government ama hakuna kitu mzuri wanafanya. There are things that they are doing that are good. There are things that they are doing that are bad. Where they do good things, we will commend them. And we should have that, all of us as citizens should have that mindset. Usiamke tu na useme, hii serikali ni mbaya. Yeah? Ni mbaya kwa sababu hakuna kitu mzuri serikali inafanya. There are good things they are doing. We should be able to acknowledge that. Because once again, I think we should not suffer from I will call it the criticism syndrome, where we see everything from the lens of it's glass half full. You know, it's glass half empty. Yeah, this glass is half empty. This glass is half empty. Yeah, so we need to have that perspective, that where the glass is half full, tutasema the glass is half full. Where the glass is half empty, tuseme the glass is half empty. But to see that no, this glass is always half empty, because it's not true. So that's my opinion on this whole matter. The judiciary, the ruling today, I personally agree with it. I think if the court starts engaging in political disputes, ndio maana tuko na bad manners. Ndio maana unaona governor anaiba, anakuwa impeached, anaenda kotini. Akifika kotini, mambo yake yanakuwa stopped. Unaona mtu anafanya makosa, watu wameharibu, wameiba Mumias, wameiba KPA, wameiba wapi. Kesi ikianza tu hivi wana file injunction. Inachukua miaka 2, miaka 3 hivi, hiyo pesa yote anatumia, anakuwa member of parliament. Look at that parliament. You will find so many people who have robbed our state coffers dry. Dry. A good example ni hata huyu mbunge wa Sirisi ama ni wa wapi mwenye alisupply sijui hot air to NCPB. Sijui akalipwa sijui milioni 700 ama sijui milioni ngapi. Never supplied any maize. Guess who was his lawyer at the courts? The same Tom Ojienda. Yeah. So watu kwa kabal moja. Yeah. And they have found a way of gaming the system, and they are gaming the system because the system is not the system. We the people. It's like we have lambs and we have goats. Na tumezituma kwa paddock. But around the paddock, next to the paddock is a forest full of bears, hyenas, wolves. But tuko na fence. But we forget that bears are too strong. Sometimes wanaweza kata fence waingie wanawakule lambs and goats. So wacha mbuzi hapo, tunarudi nyumbani kufanya shughuli zetu, alafu tukirudi, the bear has already eaten 3 lambs. Na once the bear ishakula 3 lambs na hakuna kitu imefanyiwa, wanazoea. So every time they start timing you, kama huko wanakula kondo ingine, wanakula mbuzi, wanaiba kuku. Kidogo utashuka, wanaanza kukula watoto sasa. That is where we will reach if we the citizens do not become active in governance. This is something I'm always preaching. We must be active in governance. Speak your voice. Yeah? Mali serikali inafanya kitu mzuri, sema serikali inafanya kitu mzuri. Mali serikali inafanya kitu mbaya, say no, this one what we are doing, I don't like it, or we can do better. None. Kama sasa hizi, when we are even criticizing SHIF, it's not that we don't want SHIF to be a good thing. We want it to be a good thing because if it's good, then it's going to serve every Kenyan. Tukisema hata even like when Wandia Njoya was criticizing CBC, it's not like she wanted it to fail or whatever. No, she was giving her opinion as an educator that maybe if you want this thing to work, you should do A, B, C, and D. And I think these are the critical voices that are missing. And PP, mimi nilikwambia, mimi sasa hiki tunataka ufanye na hii home run yako, maybe nikupatia mawaidha kidogo. It may be good or bad, but just bear with me. I think it's time tuanze kufanya hizi vitu across the country, where we we speak on topical issues. We pick just issues and people can speak. Unaona kama sasa ile bunge ya wananchi hii yako inaweza kuwa ni traveling with PP, home run travel with PP, and we try to, uko na sauti hapa, we try to raise funds, na unaenda Kajiado unafanya hii maneno, unasikia you let people tell you what they think, because unajua for a long time the state has operated as if they are the ones who know what we want, and then they come and they impose it on us. There's never been no, and ndio maana hata public participation ilikuja kuweka kwa constitution that no, you should not assume that you know better than the people you purport to lead. You should go back and lead them, listen to them, and then try to engage with them and tell them, okay, I know you are saying this, for instance, we want a university in every county, but then sasa your MP atakuja kuambie, unajua kufungua university ni maybe 10 billion. Tukifungua university in every constituency, that is 2.9 trillion. We cannot afford that. Now you start engaging. No. So for me, I think this is where these conversations need to go, and nations are built on the basis of conversations. Na kitu ingine tusifikirie hii kitu ita change because I can tell you I'm 37 years and so I've seen a bit of Moi era, nimeishi Kibaki era, nimeishi Uhuru era, nimeishi sasa naishi era ya Abimelech. I've seen Kenya grow. Kenya is not where it was in the year 2002 when we kicked Moi out. There are things that have changed. Yeah, this is something that we all have to acknowledge. Kuna vitu zimebadilika. Yeah, when I look at my home county of say Kisumu, when I look at Kisumu during the Moi era, and I look at Kisumu now, as a resident of that county, who comes there once a year over the last say 10 years, naona kuna mabadiliko inafanyika, na haya mabadiliko ni kwa sababu kuna kitu inaitwa county government imeingia, na the first 5 years we were horrible, we had a terrible government, but since Prof akuje, you see certain things happening. Na kuna a form ameadopt ya conversation, speaking to people, but then ni ngumu sana kupata prof in local sijui matanga saki, like the way I see many governors wako kwa matanga na nini wanapiga nduru nini. It's very difficult to find him in such forums, ama labda kama anafanya kichini zenye mahali hakuna media, but it's very 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 difficult to find him whipping emotions, you know, in such forums, because anajua yes, sasa ndio kama president wa Kisumu akianza kuwhip emotions, clan against clan, blah blah blah, hakuna mahali county inaenda, county itaharibika, and you see that in many counties where kuna hizi vita kidogo kidogo. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is that tumekuwa na progress. Let us acknowledge this progress, and ndio maana hata tukianza to build a culture where we know that people can sit down and irrespective or regardless of our political affiliations or how we feel about A, B, C, and D, we can sit down and talk about issues. Watu wa Kajiado wanaweza kaa chini na come up na a citizen-led petition, ili tutoke kwa hii pia hii tabia ya mtu akianza kufanya kitu, tuko na hii tabia ya unajua huyu jamaa amelipwa, Boni Mwangi amelipwa, ama kina Hanifa wamelipwa because wamechukua initiative, wanafanya kitu. So because nobody is going to do this. Yeah, nobody is going to do this. I can even tell you when people were fighting for multi-party democracy in the 90s, kina Karua, kina Muite, kina Baba, kina Orengo, nini. Of course, the same president who saizi na kina Gachagua hawa, they were the same people ukisoma magazeti za hiyo siku walikuwa wanasema these people have been paid by foreign donors to say that Kenya is bad and blah blah blah. So all these things we are seeing now, they are not new, they've been there, but because these people offered themselves, altruistic or not, or whatever their intentions were, we are now here with the 2010 constitution that can allow us to impeach a deputy president and the country inaendelea. That is progress. It doesn't happen like that in many African countries, I can tell you. Angalia nini inafanyika Sudan, South Sudan. South Sudan vice president alitimuliwa na president. Kesho yake the country is divided into half, na watu wako mitini na mabunduki na nini na nini, milio na risasi inalia, na refugee camps zimeanza kujengwa. Somalia here, Sudan saizi, look at even Congo, Congo Zaire, and so on and so forth. So there are many African countries where the events that are happening in Kenya, if that were to happen in their countries, and I've met many Africans or some Africans where I stay, and they're really proud of, like, wow, you mean Kenya can do this? So nikimalizia, we must be active in governance. Hiyo ndio mlio wangu tu. If we are not active in governance, nothing is going to happen. Tutakuwa tunalia tu, because the only thing that a state fears is an active citizen. If you're an active citizen, where anajua, man, siwezi iba hii shilingi 10 kwa sababu kuna mtu anakuja kufanya hiyo audit, akipata kuna shilingi moja hapo, hizo headlines, sitaki hizo headlines. And that is what we are supposed to do. And we do it respectfully. We do it in our own way, in our own caucuses. We speak to each other respectfully, regardless of our political affiliation. I'm telling you, in 10 years, tutakuwa tunaongea story ingine. Yeah, tutakuwa tunaongea story ingine. Yeah, that's it, PP. I hope nimesikika the whole time, sikuwa nakatika.
Yes, umesikika all that whole time, Bwana Victor. Yes, your submission gets us to 12 minutes past 8 East African time.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Eti nimesikia Victor akisema eti anataka kurudi Kenya. We.
Narudi Kenya next year, PP.
So nikungoje.
Ningoje. Narudi Kenya officially next year, hapo katikati ya mwaka.
Mimi nitakuwa Kenya officially.
Yes.
Okay, nimekuanga Kenya officially, guys, but niko Kenya. Yeah. You can always find me here. Kenya ni home, wenye wanasema, ama mtaniambia pia hiyo ni copyright. Sikizi mambo ni ngumu hapa hivi, hawezi jua ni nini na ama ni nini. But thank you so much for everybody who has found a chance to tune in to Home Run. Today we were talking about the court ruling that had just caught us just as before we just opened the show, where DP Rigathi Gachagua, or now former, has been officially confirmed now he is out of office. Ndegwa Njiru, I don't know. Seti nini lakini huyu jamaa bana, kuna mtu alisema eti angemtetea angekuwa jela, na I support him, siko baya. But anyway, it was all political. Request the microphone and talk to me. We still have like 45 minutes to finish it all. I want to read a couple of comments that have just come in for those who are here. Luka Matoke said, by the way, if Ruto attempts BBI, will it fail to go through? We are in serious trouble. Victor, do you think BBI is on the way now that if Raila misses maybe January, will they think of maybe bringing him as prime minister so that when Ruto finishes his 10 years, he can move his powers to prime minister? What is that a possibility?
Well, I can tell you this, PP. If there is something that will never happen in Kenya, especially with this political class, it's constitutional amendment. Hii constitution hakuna mahali, nobody will amend it. Nobody will, because to amend it you need a referendum. But if you are here na utaenda kuvote kwa referendum ati constitution ikuwe amended, wewe ndio shida, because that constitution has got its own safeguards. Number two, if I remember the BBI judgment, which was issued by Martha Koome,
and our judges, and they cannot go against it, is that nobody in leadership position, state or political, can initiate a constitutional amendment. Hata hii ya nani hii ya Cherargei is just splitting hairs. Hakuna mahali itaenda. So amending the constitution, it's a very difficult process. You think if these people could have amended the constitution, unafikiria, you think Uhuru wanted to leave power in 10 years? No. He never wanted to leave. No. Very few African strongmen want to leave power in 10 years. Yeah? But hii katiba kuna venye checkmate watu kabisa. Because one thing you might think that the judiciary is with you, and I get it. People have invested emotions in sometimes some of these outcomes. Personally, I'm also invested in some of these outcomes. I want them to go my way. But I would say that maybe at times ni vizuri kusikia arguments za koti, because unajua whatever the court has said, before, ukirudi mbele yao with a similar argument, ni ngumu sana wabadilishe hiyo that opinion, unless otherwise there have been some recurring events that has happened. So si nimeona hata leo MPs wamereject hiyo nini, the Parliamentary Select Committee on Judiciary and blah blah blah. They have rejected that thing, official opposition leader and so on and so forth. So I don't think it's going to work. It's not going to work. Constitutional amendment hiyo ni kitu usahau. That's my honest opinion. But if Kenyans decided they want to amend the constitution, then that is on Kenyans. Mimi personally, mali niko, sioni kama hii katiba yetu iko na shida, because the katiba has not been implemented fully as it's supposed to be. So if you have, because unajua shida tuko nayo ni majority of the top honchos in our politics ni watu wali test power in Moi era, Kibaki era. So unaona Kibaki alikuja in, and his biggest pledge in 2002 was that we are going to have a new constitution. Aliingia tu hivi, aka realize the powers that he holds. Si kina Martha Karua na kina Murungaru na kina Muiraria and the rest walisema no, we are not changing this thing. Wakatupatia the bogus Kilifi draft that failed in 2005. Mali Orange Democratic Movement ilianzia, Orange Banana. And then it's only 2007. That event is what gave us a new constitution, because we said never again are we going back there. And because the UN, with the Kofi Annan led whatever, had decided and had made sure that this is the only thing that can safeguard this country going forward. Because tribal animosity ilikuwa ishafika mahali penye huwezi isaidia. Yeah. So constitutional amendment PP, me, I don't see it happening. Ruto will do his 10 years if he wins the next term, if we allow him to win the next term. Because me personally, so far, nikimpatia max, if it's out of 100, mimi yako 33%. Hapo ndo mali nitapatia. Hiyo ni bima inasema ni ngapi? So to me, sioni kama ana qualify to be, if I'm voting next in 2027, if I'm voting, mimi ana kura yangu. He has not convinced me enough that he is able to run the country. His decisions are short of, are almost questionable. He is the one president mwenye amekuwa na too many cases kotini against the state. Not even Uhuru, whom we called a drunkard, had too many cases against him in court, like this guy in the first 2 years. Yeah. Easy decisions like, affordable housing. You are now deciding to build concrete jungles in Bomet, in Awasi, in wherever, where people are already having their own homes. What's the point of those things? So me, kuna some decisions zenye naona, but 3 years is a long time. Maybe I will change my mind, but I don't know. I don't think I will change my mind, because for me, mali tumefika na yeye, sioni kama tuna
if people want to give him, sawa. Mimi kura yangu, I will see the alternative that is there. If it is not in, I will do a write-in. And that is something that we can also decide, that we decide to write in names on the ballot paper who we are voting for. If all of us say tunataka PP akwe rais na tunaandika Pipita hapo kwa ballot boxes, at the end of the day inapatikana, oh, Pipita akona 5 million votes, that's also a protest vote, and so on and so forth. So constitutional amendment, I don't see it happening. That's a dream. It's not going to work.
I was looking at my TikTok and I realized I have a meme for Rigathi on 11th July, and it says Rigathi to his photographer at 3 a.m. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Remember the way he used to take us those photos za good morning, and then anaangusha ka caption hapo, as a country we are. I miss those days. Photographer wake sorry for nicknames. Sasa itabidi atafute tena nickname ingine. Unaona sasa ubaya kutafuta kazi na usanii venye ni sheki. Usanii manze, ndio maana wazazi wanakukataza usifanye usanii. Hailipi saa zingine.
No, usanii inalipa. Usanii inalipa. Usanii iko na pesa bwana. It just depends with what you are doing. Shida ni if usanii wako is bordered on psychophancy, then when the person you are, unafikiri hata Hitler watu wanakuwa wanamwimbia nyimbo. Hitler had so many artists who would paint him and sing him, but venye alianguka, watu pia maisha yao iliisha tu hivyo. Ndio maana nasema in my earlier submission nilisema that wewe kama as a citizen of Kenya, you must have your own mind. Yeah? Yes, unaweza kuwa member wa ODM, unaweza kuwa member wa ANC, unaweza kuwa member wa Ford Kenya, UDA, whatever party you want. But if there are things that your party does that you don't agree with, or the person you supported does that you don't agree with, you can disagree with them respectfully. Like, look, Mimi, on these points I agree with you. On these other points, no. Hapo hatusikizani and tunaendelea. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can build enough consensus to make sure that the matters that we agree with you on inaendelea. But still that we don't agree on, we find ways of making compromises or how we tolerate each other as we find a consensus to move forward. That is how it should be. But watu wenye saizi wameingia kwa state na state sasa ni like the state sasa ni the new buttered bread in town. Unaona? The new toast bread in town. Sasa unajua, if you are like that, you don't have a mind of your own, na kuna siku inakuja tu na utaanguka. Yeah, you will. So, I mean, look at there's a politician, there's a former Nyeri town politician that I used to like, Ngunjiri Wambungu. Ngunjiri Wambungu alikuwa ODM kitambo, before akuwa MP wa Nyeri town. Alikuwa ODM, alikuwa strong baba supporter. But ile 2017 nadhani ni kama alikuwa anatafuta kura ya Nyeri town akapata, akakuwa sasa staunch, Uhuru ndio kila kitu. Uhuru, na watu walikuwa na tusi baba bla 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 bla. Si kura ilifanyika August, rerun ikafanyika ni Oktoba ama sijui ni November. February baba na Uhuru wako mbele ya Nyayo Harambee House wanasalimiana, handshake. Those people ate their words. No, they started eating their words. Ngunjiri didn't win in 2022 because alibaki na Uhuru kwa, was it TNA or whatever, that party that the Jubilee, alibaki. Sasa kubaki wakapiga mahesabu zao, wakaona venye Rigathi Gachagua walikuwa wanapigana na Uhuru, mpaka kuna time alikuja Spice FM akasema that Rigathi Gachagua is the de facto Mount Kenya leader. Saizi wako wapi? Wako mitini wote. Yeah? And that is the problem of being a person mwenye you don't stand for anything. You sway with the, unaona mali kuna mkate unafuata huko. Unaona mali kuna asali unafuata huko. You forget that nyuki inakuanga na lifespan. A bee doesn't live for 70 years. A bee lives maximum probably 1 year. Saizi zako baridi. Same to Cleo Malala. Remember that height of psychophancy? Alikuwa anapiga nduru mayowe nini, unaweza kwanza nilikuwa nasikia akiwa na flag Uhuru Highway ama Kenyatta Avenue, watu barabara inapasuliwa tu, na ni Secretary General wa UDA. Si hata akaenda to the extent of saying that they want to transform Kenya Kwanza into the Communist Party of China. Si aliendanga China akakaa huko karibu 1 month, sijui anafanya nini, anasoma hizo vitu za Maoism na bla bla bla, akarudi tu hivi, ikuchukua hata 1 week ameng'atuliwa na Hassan Omar amechukua kiti. Kung'atuliwa akashikana na Gachagua. Sasa wote wako kwa baridi saizi. Hiyo ndio shida ya kutokuwa na msimamo. That's the thing. Usipokuwa na msimamo, you end up being a lost person. Kwa sababu ukienda huyu akinyang'anywa, and just wait. Give it a few months. By June next year, ikienda sana, utaona Cleophas Malala amesharudi huku, yeye anaimba sasa nyimbo za serikali bla bla bla. Ngujiri wa Mbugu atakuwa amerudi huku, wanaimba nyimbo za serikali, and many more like them, you will see them. Na hiyo ndio sasa shida inafaa tutoe kwa hii nchi, shida ya njaa ya mfuko, yeah? Ni njaa ya mfuko, na ukiongeza na njaa ya akili, mental poverty combined with real poverty, actual poverty, ndio maana wa politics tuko na hii shida, kwa sababu people don't stand for anything. People stand where their bread is buttered. Yeah? Hiyo mkate ikisonga, wanaji-align kidogo, wanavuka border, wanaenda wanaji-align side nyingine, and so on, na maisha inaendelea. Na shida yetu sasa sisi, we follow them blindly. Yeah? Kwa sababu atakuja chini, akishaenda huko ameimba nyimbo, amepatiwa 1,100 yake, anakuja mtaani, anapata Victor, anakuambia Victor, look, kuna hii 20,000 hapa, 10 ni zako, 10 enda huko chini, patiana 200, Saturday tuko njiani tunakuja na rais, watu waimbe. And you do that, and once you start eating such dirty money, you sold your soul. Hakunanga comeback. Hakunanga comeback, unaishanga vibaya kabisa. You end up because hizo ndo zinaitwanga blood money. Yeah. Kipi swali lingine tena?
Naona makocha anakuja. Mimi unajua bado niko na ile inaitwa throat issue, so sitaki kusumbuka sana na kukasirika, kwa sababu the more naongea ndo the more nachemuka. Acha nione, nimeona some new comment here. I can read that new comment. Guys, we are at 392 subscribers pale kwenye HRWP. Just go to YouTube app, search HRWP. The first video you see is us. Inaitwa HRWP. You don't have to use a lot of letters, only 4 letters to find us. HRWP. Home Run with Bibi. Search that and you'll find us right on your phone. Yes. But I want to read that comment, the latest comment that has been put up hapo hivi. Bwana Victor, we ukikuja huku hivi ndo utajua kuna njaa. Sijui kama utakaa sana bro. Ile hungry inapita hapa brother, it's not normal. It's not normal. Na mbona huyu Edwin Makoti anatoroka? Ubao network ya Makoti itachukua 2 times kuconnect. Edwin, reconnect and talk to us. For me, nikiangalia vizuri, what you're talking about, politicians kukua njaa. Politicians kukua njaa ndio inawafanya wanaanza kuimba vitu za ajabu. Unajua mtu kama Cleo ametolewa hadi kwa gari. Remember my guy, huyu anaitwa Joe MP. We all know him. Unamjua? Nisaidie jina yake bwana.
We can pay.
This one that was put aliekelewa fraud. Keter.
Keter.
Yes.
No, no,
Keter si hata yeye pia ni hivyo tu,
but
alijipata
PP,
hayuko kwa
but
kiti.
PP,
Yeah.
are you forgetting what Keter did at Gilgil Weighbridge? Unajua hii ndio amnesia tuko nayo. Hii ndio amnesia tuko nayo. Keter akonja tu
I don't forget.
Yeah,
Me, I don't
jamaa alienda
forget.
Weighbridge akaanza kutukana watu some very big obscene profanities. Yeah, in the name of kwa sababu yeye ni mbunge. Obscene profanities. Yeah? And I can tell you, angeingia bunge na UDA, angekuwa naongea kama UDA sahi. He would not be different because he has shown you who he is. Ni kesi ngapi and this is what I was telling you. Watu wanaiba, watu wanaiba, like when I was listening to the Machakos County governor and her team on the Senate Accounts Committee. I listen to these things when I work. So yeah. And there's a channel in it, Uzalendo. They have all these recordings. So find them on YouTube and go and listen to those things. You'll be disgusted. Yeah? Do you know that if somebody is in an acting capacity, kama useme uko na county accountant, kama uko in an acting capacity, whatever he signs doesn't count. Yeah? And those are the loopholes unapata most governors wanatumia. Unapata mtu amekuwa in an acting capacity because the law says that if somebody is in an acting capacity for more than 6 months, they should be confirmed to hold that job. But utasikia county wanasema, oh, unajua hatujapata pesa enough, we cannot pay, we cannot advertise for that job. The Auditor General reports on some of these counties is shocking. Unasikia Machakos County wanataka kutengeneza sijui stadiums 4. All those stadiums payment ni 75% done. Hiyo ni payment, pesa imeenda kwa contractor, but work done zingine ni 5%, zingine ni 10%. Hakuna, na hiyo ndio shida. But ukiuliza governor swali anakwambia no, that case is in court, we cannot talk about it. Sasa utapata hata saizi kama the county lawyer wa Machakos County akona shida na governor because wakiwa mbele ya Senate Accounts Committee, the governor alimwaga mtama akasema that he is under investigation. The county lawyer anaangalia commissioners anasema I didn't know I was under investigation, because apparently what has been happening according to what I was listening there is that the county lawyer or so, they collude with suppliers. Kama uli supply vitu linafaa ni kulipe 10 million, we delay with that payment. Tukidelay, interest accumulates. So some interests are accumulating to even be more than the principal in ulipwe. Alafu we pretend that we have gone to court. Na court iko na injunctions. Meanwhile, ile interest inazidi kuongezeka. Na hii ndio pesa nye watu wanakula. Unaona? So for me, even when I saw Keter on this Gen Z movement, blah, blah, no, he was just looking for relevance. He's looking for relevance. For me, I have nothing against him as a person, but as a politician, he's been in power. He's been a member of parliament he was there for 2 terms or something. Do you have an idea of any major bill yenye hata Keter alipitisha tunaweza sema hii ni bill ya Keter? Sasa hizi tunaweza sema every county iko na maji safi ama every shule iko na maji safi because Alfred Keter alipitisha hii bill. Hakuna. So he's just self-serving. Yeah? Na hiyo ndio ugonjwa nataka tutoke. We should move away from hiyo ugonjwa ya kuangalia wale watu wameshakuwa hapo wameonja the power and the money that comes with it, and they constantly, imekuwa kama dawa sasa. Yeah? It's like heroin or cocaine. They never want to live. But ukikaa chini uulize what has he done for the country? And do not show me that sijui umetengeneza bodaboda shed ama sijui umetengeneza choo kwa shule. Those are things that hata mimi ukinipatia hiyo pesa I can do. Yeah? So hizi vitu zenye mtu governor akikwambia ama MP akikwambia tumetengeneza mashule ama sijui tumetengeneza nini. No, that is our taxes working. It's not them doing it. Because hata kama ni wewe pipi ungekuwa MP ungefanya hiyo. But what else? How else has he enriched our life? So you enrich our lives by proposing bills in parliament that have got a bigger impact. Kama saizi I would be expecting. Unaona saizi kama tunafanya hii grade 6, watu wanafanya hii grade 6 mtihani. Si ndio? Si ilianza Monday ama?
Yeah, hata nadhani
Yes.
ilisha
Ilianza
leo.
on Monday. Ilianza on Monday. I would have expected that right now kumekuwa na MP angesema unaenda kupropose hata bill ya tuseme hata kama ni education and security bill for example, that no Kenyan student should ever do national examination when there are bullets flying around. Na tuseme hata kama ni Alfred Ketera amesponsor hiyo bill na imepita, and there's mechanism of how that is going to be effected. Saizi kuna watoto wanafanya mitihani Nairobi, very good schools, blah blah. Right now kuna mtoto Tana River, labda hata alilala chini ya mti. This whole week amekuwa akilala chini ya mti, lakini anaamka anaenda kufanya mtihani. How do you expect that boy or that girl to ever be productive in nation building? He will never be. So hakuna, you see, like right now there's this Supreme Court judge anaitwa Njoki Ndung'u. Njoki Ndung'u as an MP, I can still remember that gender bill that he brought to make rape very very a very very punitive punishment ukipatikana that una molest wanawake and so on. It's something that I can still remember, even though when she did it, I think I was either in high school or it was just in my early stage. I can remember that Njoki Ndung'u bill. No, but our my MPs wengine wenye wamekuwa in power for so long, what major bill can you pinpoint to them that hii ni kitu nimefanya? You can't, yeah? Because imekuwa a transactional house. It's a transactional house. Unakuja unalipua pesa nje, unakuwa elected, unarudi ndani. Na because that has been the culture, ndio maana unaona people are millionaires. People are worth hundreds of millions of shillings. Lakini ukitaka kuwauliza ni biashara gani hata ya maana unafanya kwa hii nchi, hata kama ni ya kuku, tupeleke kwa hiyo shamba tuone, pia sisi tujaribu kutengeneza hiyo pesa. Ama wale vijana wenye hawana kazi wakuja hata kwa hiyo shamba yako, they learn model farming blah blah, warudi makwao na you would even schools you go to hata hawana playground. There are schools you go to, roofs are still made of asbestos and whatever. Those kids are in future they will be having a lung. Nobody cares about those ones. Yeah? So for me, when I look at this class of politicians, very few of them actually very few of them actually I really look up to them. Sioni kitu ya maana wanafanya. Yeah? Watarudi makwao mashinani na waseme tumejenga shule, tumeweka kabro kwa barabara, hiyo CDF, tukibakisha ile CDF committee iko saa hizi na tunakaa chini kila mwaka tunasema our constituency imepatiwa 300 million, 300 million, 100 million iende kwa mashule. Yeah. So going back to the Alfred Keter issue, I have no problem with him as a person. He's a Kenyan. He's probably a very, very good person, but as a legislator, I don't know what he's ever done. Yeah, unless iko kwa Hansard imefichwa huko, na kama ijificha huko kwa Hansard, it means it's something that is in the dark. We are not feeling it, we are not seeing it, and so on and so forth. Asante pipi.
Asante sana Bwana Victor for talking to us. Acha tuone kama kuna watu wenye wamekuja kutuongelesha hapa. Not yet. Asanteni lakini sana. Yes, for this umesema kwamba hata Keter does not cut the bill. Naja, so far so good. Hatuna mtu mwenye mnataka kuweka presidential candidate 2027 unless I have the wrong news. Na huyu kijana anajua hadi kwenye nimepiga picha. Guys, check out Just a Minute Wakili on HRWP, by the way, on YouTube. It's a good one. Wakili anaitwa Wakili Ray Wangila, anakujanga hadi na kitabu, usicheze. He does not miss. Akisema 142A, it's 142A. Go check it. It's a new segment where I'll be bringing in lawyers. You'll be sending in legal questions. Your segment kwa Home Run with PP YouTube will be only for legal questions only. So you'll be sending in questions, and then when I'm shooting my show, I'll be bringing in learned friends wenye watakuwa able kukuja, who will be coming to talk to us regarding those legal questions. In that manner, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that as I'm growing this brand as HRWP, I'm also trying to educate, do civic education through the channel itself. So I'll be bringing in lawyers who'll be answering questions, yeah, and then of course that will be Just a Minute Wakili. So if you want a question, if you want me to ask a legal question, again, Just a Minute Wakili is the way you ask the question. Very soon, wakati Mungu tu akiendelea kubless hii vision yangu vile mimi naiona, we are going to have a way where you can submit all these questions and submissions so that we can put them together and have them on our show very soon. I'm working on that. If you've noticed, the video consistency has improved, the quality has improved, and that is what we're working on right now. But apart from that, we are also trying to improve the consistency in terms of content so that we can have at least 2 videos per week. So like today, we already have 2 videos ready for you. One has already dropped, the other one dropped on Monday. It's at 300 views. So thank you so much kwa wale watu ambao wanachukua time yao kutusupport. It's always amazing and great to have you here. Na wale wenye wanatusikiza hapa kwenye spaces wana retweet, make sure you don't stop. Now, kama vile nawaambianga kila siku, our studio here is trying to stay as independent as possible, and part of being independent is keeping off people who would want to maybe whisper through our brand. And that is why Home Run with PP is supported by you, the listener. And if you like what I'm doing, pale viju kuna tip line 0721948229, where you can drop in your support to help keep the lights on, by the way. Yeah, I think I had to say that because kwa sasa watu wangu tuko 0.00 na tarehe 31 landlord anapiga simu. Lakini Victor, nyi ulipanga rent 31st ama nyi mnalipanga rently? Because end month really.
Every 2 weeks.
At least. Every 2. Okay. Okay. Ukiwa job boy because imagine uko jobless alafu every 2 weeks uko na deni ya mse. Ai. Crazy. No. Don't whisper that to Mwenge Mutuse. He might bring it. The lent mbio. Mr. Speaker, you do not have to have the house. All you have to do is to believe that in the future you will be a landlord. And if you believe that you have to be a landlord in the future, Mr. Speaker, you have to pass this bill that yeah. No, na enjoy sauti yangu bana. Monday nilikuwa naongea hapo hivi kama nguruwe. I'll take it to for tuning to Home Run with TV. You have to believe You have to really believe, Mr. Speaker, that you will be a landlord. You don't have to be a landlord right now, honorable members. You know those are the grounds for impeachment. In a country where there is a legal system, we are supposed to be subjected to a legal drama. Lakini we were reduced to Elisha Ongoya. Read, hey, jamani. Mm. But that was supposed to be a very I'm a VPV. I feel like in a country where rule of law actually works, where the judiciary is independent, it would have been a very grand stand, a very good way to stretch and learn our constitution. But
I mean, it's like I said at the beginning, the state, you cannot fight the state alone and win. The state could have dragged this out for even 6 months, but Rigiji would still have gone. Mimi mahali alinikosea ni when he called that press conference before parliament, I thought he would tapika kila kitu. No, but he decided to okay, tell us what the charges are, but that didn't really matter. Because once 290 something people have decided that they want you out, and alisema mwenyewe, Rais Ruto has allowed this bill to come to parliament. So you know already your boss doesn't want you. So I think that relationship was already broken beyond repair. So na Waswahili walisema akufukuzaye akwambii toka. Yeah? Because if he had power to fire his DP, maybe angekuwa amemfire hata kitambo. But because he has no power, he has to follow what the law stipulates. He decided to go the impeachment way. Na hapo ndo sasa mahali Rigiji amejichonga kwa sababu in my personal opinion, impeachment is a political process. Yeah, impeachment is a political process. No matter the legalities around it, people can, like Herman Manyora always says, people can wake up in the morning and say, we don't like your face, so we are going to impeach you because we don't like your face. It can be as absurd as that. It's a political process. Because if you want to start looking at the merits of every impeachment, because the question will then be, why have the 47 governors in 47 deputy governors in Kenya not impeached, or 47 deputy governors in the country impeached? Why only you? Mbona sio mtu mwingine? Yeah. So I also think Rigiji ni riffraff. The way he rubs, the way he associates with others. Unajua ni ile chuma ya zamani venye anasema. Kuna venye ana act around people that maybe rubs people the wrong way. I don't know, that's just my speculation. But once alirealize hii kitu imefika hapa, huyu jamaa angejipatia tu shughuli, resign, aende mitini kidogo, atulie tu, but anafanya, because he's a good mobilizer. That I will tell you. Rigiji is a good politician.
Mimi unajua ningesema, mimi ningekuwa yeye ningecheza hiyo heartbreak disease. Unajua ningefanyaje? Hiyo Sunday. What we call in Formula 1, undercut.
Yeah.
So undercut ke unadu ni una change mguu before the opponent 2 laps earlier. So if I were him, when he called that, and actually that was why I waited for that Sunday press conference. If I thought he was going to, he was going to say, wacha mimi sasa niwaambie ukweli, iko hivi na hivi na hivi. Or mimi sasa nimeamua Mr. Lenny niende nione Michi Doctor, I'm out. If he had resigned that time, he would have then come up with his lawyers and say, yeah, niko na nini? Niko na broken heart disease. First of all, he has not shown his face parliament. Second of all, he stands a chance to run. So I don't understand why, if you're looking to run again, why would you subject yourself to a process that would threaten you? It's either your lawyers are trying to eat your money.
No,
I think
I think they were calling each other's bluff. I think that's the thing. Rigiji was calling Ruto's bluff, and Ruto was calling Rigiji's bluff. I think they were trying to play each other. Eh? Na inakaa ni kama sasa Sergio Perez amepiga Max Verstappen, unaona, tukitumia hiyo lingo ya Formula 1. Yeah, he's done because saizi I don't think what the court said today, if I can summarize it the way I had or the way I understood it, is that it has no business meddling in political matters. Huh? It has no business meddling in political matters. If the process was followed, it will not go into the merits or demerits of the case, because if that is the process, then county assemblies would never be given the opportunity to they would never be given that power to prosecute a case. Senate would not be given that power to impeach, because what's the point of Senate impeaching a governor or a deputy governor or the president in that case, and then unakimbia kotini? It's absurd. Yeah, it's an absurdity that we need the judicial system to correct. And I think if I was a judge today, I would be like, bring me a case on the merits of the process. Was the process done okay? Wacha tuongelee hiyo maneno. But usikuje kuniambia hapa ati wamesema ati nimeiba nini ya ndugu yangu ama blah blah. You don't get into that, because that's not your role to play. Hizo ni, you tell them that is your political thing and then mmalizane huko. Kama ni chama mnapigana ndani and then so hata watu politicians wanapigana kwa chama. Watu wananyang'anyana, unasikia siku moja mtu ameamka, oh mimi ni chairman wa Ford Kenya, kesho mimi ndio chairman wa Ford Kenya. Mnapigana alafu watu wanakimbia kotini. Ati we don't allow that to happen. I think once we eliminate judicial intervention in these petty political fights, then tutaona pia growth in our jurisprudence, na tutaona pia growth in political sanity, because saizi watu wanafanya vitu za ujinga because then they know that hakuna mali nitaenda, ukijaribu kuniondoa na kimbia kotini. So hata venye ODM ilikuwa nataka kudiscipline the members wenye who wanted to work with Ruto, si wengine wao walienda kotini tu wakapata injunction, they preempted the process na wakaweka injunction. Sasa a court placing an injunction on a party that huwezi sikiza hiyo kesi. So how do you move on? Yeah? How do you move on as a country? Kama sasa venye Rigiji alikuwa anaenda kotini kusema that I want you to place an injunction on parliament to not listen to that case. I mean, it's interference with another arm of government. It's not supposed to be like that, because hii ni siasa, na siasa lazima watu waumane. Hata Julius Caesar, the Roman emperor, aliumwa. He was stabbed by his own closest friend. Yeah? And so I think kitu lazima tujue, the moment umekubali kuingia siasa, ushajiweka kwa uwanja that you will backstab people and you will be backstabbed. Those are the rules of the game, regardless of where it is. Hata Biden ametolewa nyama kwa mdomo wakapatia Kamala. Sasa kama Biden anatolewa nyama kwa mdomo wanapatia Kamala, sembuse Rigathi Gachagua hapa. So that's the rule of the game, and the courts should not be wasting time and resources listening to that. Saizi tulikuwa tunasikiza kesi za Adani, tulikuwa tunasikiza kesi za nini za Chief Shah whatever, but you as a DP you go to court and you start saying that, I don't like that panel. I don't like that panel because so and so has been dining with so and so. I mean, it was just a matter of delaying. And if you read the mood of Justice Ogola and Justice Mrima, and even the lady who doesn't really she has a very good poker face. You can't really tell what she's thinking unless she's smiling. They saw through them that they just want to waste the cost time. Unaona Ndegwa Jiru leo, what he was trying to do after the nini imepita, after the kitu imeangushwa, akaamka na ingine akaanza kuargue on the merits of IEBC. Yeah? why would he not bring that as the initial thing? In fact, let me tell you, the easiest thing to have challenged this thing would have been because it says that for you to be a deputy president, you have to be a member of a political party for 3 months or something. Kitu kama hiyo. Yeah. And that would have been a case that can easily be won, in my personal opinion. Because that is what it says. And if that's what the law says, a judge cannot circumvent that. Yeah. But wamechukua some other, but it's good for our jurisprudence. We learn and we stretch our constitution to the limits. But yeah. Sasa what I would advise him now, sioni, kwa sababu sasa I don't think the courts are ever going to overturn that impeachment. Hata aende mpaka Supreme Court. Because Supreme Court si Mwilu ndiye amekaa hapo. Na ulikuwa una argue versus her. Now if she has influence over maybe say 3-4 judges on that bench, what do you think? Yeah? Na jury pesa venye Ahmed Nasir anasemanga pia ikitembea, what does he expect? I don't think the impeachment is going to be overturned, because this is the thing. If that impeachment is overturned, then Ruto knows he's in trouble. He knows he's in trouble because given how Rigathi mobilizes, if that's an opponent you're going to face in 2027, whatever team is in, ni kazi ni ngumu. But if you are even Kalonzo Musyoka or another candidate, na unaona huyu jamaa akona makesi kotini, amekuwa impeached, now do you think he's going to offer himself so strongly kusupport mtu when anajua hakuna kitu atapata? No, he's not going to do that. And now that he's been deputy president and he's been impeached, you cannot hold any public office. Sonko is a good case. Waititu is another case. Yes, is the third case. He cannot hold another office. So his goose is cooked, because if one day in politics is too long, imagine 10 years out in the wilderness. Utakuwa unafanya nini? Hakuna. So ameenda hivyo. In 10 years sasa itakuwa imebadilika kabisa. Ukirudi after 10 years unaanza kuambia watu, unajua nilinyang'anywa mulima ama sijui nini. I mean, those who have young children in primary school now, in 10 years they'll be voters. You think hiyo ni vitu watakuwa nafikiria? The world will have moved on 10 years. Politics will have changed 10 years. So so mimi angeresign ile Sunday ile ya kwanza before hata hiyo kitu iende bunge. Angeresign, alafu angeresign, na state cannot persecute him. Huwezi persecute mtu kama huyo kwa sababu sasa unampatia sympathy votes kabisa. Hiyo personally for me that was the game. Hiyo ingekuwa very good game. That for me would have been the very 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 good game. Because kama hakuwa na MPs on his side, because once that thing passed parliament, Senate ilikuwa inaenda kupita. So resign before you end the parliament. Wacha wa discuss hiyo kitu, but you already resigned. And then una resign but with a plan. Unaona? Usiresign leo na umeanza kupiga serikali kesho, hiyo itakuwa ngumu. Just resign peacefully, alafu kwa roho yako unajua ni nini umepanga. Unangojea hapa mbele. Yeah, that's my opinion, but I could be wrong.
Aya, asante sana. Your opinion gets us to 1 minute. Hey. Nimejisifu sana, ni kama wamenitumanishia. But yes, that one gets us to 1 minute to the top of the hour. Asante sana kwa kukua hapa hivi. Asante sana Victor for getting us to the top of the hour. Misiko, how are you doing?
Hi Peter, long time bwana. Where have you been? Ama ni mimi
What do you mean,
nimepotea?
where have I been? What do you mean, where have I been? I've been here.
I wanted that whip so that I can speak it louder. Why are we discussing about Rigathi now? What is he doing? Nothing, bwana. We have a lot of things that are eating us, bwana. Rigathi can't be a topic for now. We guys, oh my God. Where are we going? Our discussion now should be how we getting this man out, because now we are captives. Huyu jamaa ametushika kila mahali. Ametushika kotini, ametushika Senate, ametushika MP. Is the problem. Ruto is the problem, guys. What are we going to do now? People are being abducted. People are being killed out here, guys. Peter, what can we do, Bana? Why? I think the only solution we have is the country has to go down. We have to shut everything down so that at least this guy can live, because there's no option. If we speak of Rigathi is out, it was already known that this guy is out. Manze, guys, tell us bwana tufanye namna gani? Because manze ni kubaya. This country is
tuambia ke tunafanya bwana Misiko bwana.
Tupange siku tupatane chini. Tupange siku hii country iende chini bwana. Tupange siku hii country
Waga
iende chini.
mnanibamba sana. Waga mnanibambanga sana. You know, guys, let us talk about what we need to do. But I think what we need to do first of all, goja wewe acha kwanza nikomute. Shika hiki box. Why would you come in the middle of some conversation? You don't know why it started, how it got there, why we are there, what we are analyzing, and just come and trash everything that you're saying. Give us a topic, ask us a question, then answer yourself, then ask us the question, Misiko. Shika hiki box. You know, one thing I want to tell you guys, it is not wrong to be angry, okay? But I will not take part in emotional what we call emotional leeching. When you're saying, oh, let us go and occupy everywhere, let us go. Where are you right now? Let us do civic education. What form of civic education are you taking part in? Last weekend I was with Willie Oeba and Brian Silves. They are civic educators. Do you know how I know they're civic educators? Because they get on matatus and speak. Story as you let us occupy everywhere. Iyo wacha watu waongee wakiwa kutoka kwa privilege. You know. As I said, we cannot keep on acting and saying, oh, this guy is not playing chess. Oh. We have a formidable enemy here, and we have to treat him as such. And being such, we need to stop just talking about the same things that, oh, let us be angry. What are you being angry about? We are being angry about the way the judiciary is being used right now. We are angry because the way the judiciary is being used right now against someone else is going to be used against us someday. That is being angry about something. But how do we get people angry about it? By talking about how the law has been used. How do we do that? We bring in the history of it. Sawa sawa. So mimi yo mambo yenye mnapotea kwa space after 2 years alafu unakuja hapa kutuambia what we should talk about our space bwana. So when you also get angry, let us be angry with reason. See what to blinded rage. You're not fighting in a bar here. Come on. You're not fighting in a bar. So yeah. And today I was not delving in that occupying thing. So Misiko, stick on the topic on the Jumbotron.
Sawa, I agree with you. What do I even say? Just like, okay, I've not been out of the space. I've been in the spaces, and whatever I'm saying is the major problem. So I think for me, this is the space.
Ndovu, are you there? Thank you, Misiko, for that. Just be advised that don't play people's efforts. Yeah, it's not nice
For him to speak, nobody is limited to speak. Feels, because I don't think having not talked about Rigathi Gachagua impeachment, because and I played your case. Okay, so it's an option of saying I should not speak of something. We're in a different situation this position. We are all suffering. Speaking of Rigathi Gachagua is for your opinion, but it doesn't limit me to speak of what is eating everyone. So what is eating everyone is the leadership. And who is the leadership? The Ruto. So speaking of everything that he's doing, and that's what we have been repeating here all time, does not help. You tell us now, we know that the judiciary is not working. So what do? We sit there and discuss how it's not working for people. It's not helping. So me, I feel like you come and tell us now that Rigathi ametolewa na judiciary, we don't trust the everything. What do? Mimi nimesema opinion yangu, na opinion yangu ni hii story yote tunadiscuss hapa, tupatie venye tunawezaenda to solve the problem, and the major problem is one, and the major problem is Ruto. Kama amebuy everything, so what are we discussing? Pole bas. Pole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. But
I'm
also,
mad.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, when also putting out your points, don't discredit others people's points and their time as well. Ndovu, habari yako?
Yeah, poor, Mr. PP. Yeah, it's been good listening to you guys and to the space here. Everyone has. It's not good when people brushes off others people's opinions and. Everyone have to speak what they have to speak, but you don't rubbish others people's opinions. For me, I think we are in a big mess now that Rigathi is gone. I think with Kindiki and Ruto now, things will even be worse because during the impeachment of Rigathi, what I thought about is. Rigathi was a bit stronger for Ruto. He was a bit pushy, like he was stopping some things and talking a lot of things. And he was not like a spanner boy for Ruto. He was like someone who could stop things and he could speak things that nobody else can speak. Like you remember when he stopped about the demolitions of people's houses. You can remember when he said he's listening to the ground when the movement went to the parliament to demonstrate. He said he was listening to the ground. He knew what was gonna happen. So, and then you can remember when he said he attacked Duale about putting army. I mean, and all these things. And if you look at, these are things that made Ruto angry actually. And also, you can, if you listen all the time, regarding when he was speaking, you will say he's a truthful man. He's a truthful man, and that in another way, he's saying there is someone who is not truthful, indirectly, who is Mr. Ruto, full of lies. So Rigathi will say, in every speech, he will say, I'm a truthful man, because he his boss is not truthful. And all these things, they are kind of pain for Ruto. These are things that made things very hard for Rigathi. And now we have Kindiki who is coming, and Kindiki is that person who is told jump, he asked how high. Yeah, he is told to do this, he does what he's told. He's not like someone who can have his own opinion and he say no, this is not right. He cannot go and tell Ruto no, and then he's not good. I think we are on the wrong foot. He cannot tell Ruto anything. He's just someone who is a puppet, pure puppet. There is someone who can be taken wherever, he can be played up wherever they want. He can be turned left and right by Ruto. This is the kind of deputy that we have, and that's why if you listen to Ruto when people are shot, when we are shot, young people are shot during the demonstration. Ruto came and he said he doesn't even believe that police shot young people. He think it's other people who shot the young people, and that's the same statement that Kindiki came up with. He said, "We don't have evidence that police shot, the youth during demonstration, the 25th June demonstrations." So these are people who, he will follow Ruto step by. He will not say anything against this person, and this is the problem that we have now at the moment. I think we've jumped from the fire to from the pan to the fire. So it's hard time actually for youth, because with this Kindiki, when he was CS for interior, you know what happened. All bad things happened to people, and now he's now even more powerful. We can imagine what will happen. So I'm thinking we are even in a worse situations now. And my only prayer is something will happen and things will change, and maybe people will wake up, and or everyone, not only young and youth, but all generations will come up and stop these people, because they are heading the country in the very wrong directions. Because we cannot have a country that someone cannot be stopped. You bring this, you have to get it, and nobody can stop you. You bring Andani, you get it. You bring Shaf, you get it. You bring bad education, nobody can stop you. You bring GMO, nobody can stop you. Everything, nobody can even come close to stop you. So these are things that you go and borrow money, and all steal and corruption and all these problems that we have. There's nobody who is able to stop, and that is what Rigathi was trying to do. And now you find him in a very bad situation, and which is okay, because Rigathi himself is a billionaire. He is not someone who, even if not elected for 10 years or even forever again, he's not someone who is that desperate for power is good, but it's not. I think Gachagua is not that person who will cry because of being. He have everything that we are the people who have problems. We are the people who don't have good roads. We are the people who don't have good health insurances and the health facilities. These are we are the people who have problems. No, regard is okay, and it doesn't mean anything. I believe if maybe only the taste of power can can ring onto his mind, but after some time, I think it will go out, it will finish. So I just hope that things will come, something will happen, and then something will change. Because these
Yeah.
things sometimes there are things that nature fight itself. When some things are like there's nothing you will reach a point. If you cut all the trees, the nature will come and fight you. You come and lack rain, you have bad environment, and then you will suffer. So unless at that point Ruto nature fight him, like something, it will come back to him, and then he cannot continue going the way he's going, and then things will
Land
maybe
Visico,
will take another turn.
land over. Sorry,
Like,
Mr.
yeah, go away. Just last thing, I'm not sure. I'm trying to read the constitution. Why is the vice president is elected, but now Ruto have to appoint him? Why is like they could have called IBC for election and he go back to the ballot, and people elect a new vice president? Because he appointed like during Moi time when he could appoint and fire, and there's not the the new constitution, does it allow? I don't know how it could be better if we go back to the ballot and elect a vice president. I don't know.
Mtu wangu wewe sasa ndovu bana, ndovu mute nikwambie kitu mute nikwambie jibu hiyo. Click on that link imeandikwa just a minute to akili kwenye YouTube yangu. I've spoken about it for 24 minutes. Go review that video. Usije ukakuwa ignorant hivyo tena kwa space was going well. Oh, I should have ended it at 9.
Okay. No, I
Wait.
know about that. I know that link. I'll just say, I'm trying to read the constitution myself.
That is a lawyer, an actual lawyer, talking about how why that deputy Gachagua is being impeached. What are the thresholds? You know, one thing about, I don't want to judge. Are you supporting? Are you by any chance a supporter of Rigathi?
No, I'm not supporting Rigathi.
So this is what's up. This guy, you can appoint a deputy president by law, yeah, but you have to go back again to the parliament to do what? To approve. So you know that one is just for formality anyway. But you have to go back to parliament. I see Western has raised his hand, and also Victor had also raised. So I'm gonna go to Victor, then Western. Victor.
Yes. Hata naona simu inaenda kuzima. Wacha nipitishe ka point hivi alafu nianguke. When I hear people say that Rigathi was the only strong person in this government, I mean, wasn't Rigathi there amesimama juu ya magari na anasema venye watu walikuwa nashutiwa last year kwa finance bill? What was he saying? What was he saying last year when ODM and people were being shot? You even remember that story of that guy mwenye alikuwa anaenda kazini na polisi wanamtwanga kwa barabara? What did Rigathi ever say about that? What has Rigathi ever said about Adani before he was ousted? Nothing. So do not feel sorry for these people. Do not feel sorry for these people. And if he has money that can last him 20, 30 years or whatever, why is he in power then? Nini anatafuta? Yeah, so don't feel sorry for these people. Because like I was saying, maybe Ndovu, you are not here. What I was saying is that you see a politician by his principles, what he has been standing for consistently. Unaona mtu kama Omtata tumekuwa tukimuona hii anaweza kupigania mambo ya katiba kitambo. Huyo jamaa amegongwa, amejifunga nyororo kwa milango. Hata saizi ukimsikia kwa Senate debates, unaona hata alikataa. He disagreed with the impeachment of Rigathi based on, he said those issues are not impeachable issues, and he voted no. Sio kama Cherargei mwenye alikuwa anasema mambo yake alafu akavote yes. So and that's the difference. So look for people who are principled, who like unajua whether the shoe is on the right side or on the left side, he will always say the same thing. Unaona, sio mtu leo anasema hii, kesho out of convenience anasema hii ingine. Leo anasema hii, kesho out of convenience anasema hii ingine, and so on and so forth. So me, I really don't feel sorry for these guys. And so easy we can say that the courts doing nini na nini na nini na nini, and of course we are allowed to vent. But when the same courts had issued conservatory orders that stopped Kindiki from being sworn in, we were still the same people praising the courts, that the courts has done A, B, C, D, and it's good. So which side are we? Are the courts only good when they agree with us, or when they disagree with us, suddenly wamenunuliwa and so on? I think that's the mentality we run away from. Yes, the courts might have their issues and blah blah. The same, I mean, we saw the High Court regarding last year's finance bill. The High Court ilisema yes, Court of Appeal ikasema no, Supreme Court wakasema yes, and they gave their reasons why they gave yes. So tusikue tu na like what PP alikuwa anasema, hii emotional tyranny, where we are just emotional about everything. Na ndio maana you see this kind of emotions is what we carry to the voting booth. Sasa badala ya kufikiria when we are at the voting booth, tuko so emotional that we decide to go with what our emotions are telling us. And sometimes emotions can be wrong. Emotions can mislead us because it clouds our judgment, it clouds our rationality, our logic, and then we end up doing things that we are not supposed to do. So kama saizi tunajua hii serikali, mimi nilishasema hii serikali max yangu nikiwapatia ni 33%. Hakuna, they are not going to convince me that in the remaining 3 years watafika hata 70% ya kusema, because mimi max yangu inakuanga 70%. If 70% is good, I will give you a chance to lead again, because I know running a government is not easy. Running any organization is not easy. I'm running an organization now. I know how difficult it is. Sembuse running a country. So if in my own capacity or in my own opinion, I deem that what you are doing is 70% good, then I will give you my vote. But kama saizi mimi hawa max yangu wako 33%, D minus. Sioni kama itaongezeka because they keep fumbling left, right and center. Kama sasa saizi koti imesema that this thing itolewe. Pupa ni ya nini? So wanao sasa Tuesday next week tutasua hii Kindiki Tuesday next week. Mnatoa gazette notice leo usiku ati kesho ni holiday. Watu walikuwa wamejipanga, madaktari nini wanafanya nini? These are the things that annoy me with them because they don't think sijui nini wanajaribu kuficha. Just take your time, because hata Rigiji akipata another injunction, you still work, just keep working, and then kesi itatatuliwa, then you can swear in your guy when everything has been sorted. Hizi vitu zinafanywa usiku hizi, it reeks of shortcuts and ni kama kuna kitu wanaficha. But that being said, tuwacheni emotional attachment to politicians. Tafadhali, stop hii emotional attachment to politicians. Be your own true self. Have a mind of your own. Know what you want as a person. Hii ndio kitu nataka, and I want to do the right thing, and I want the person leading me to be doing the right thing. Ukishakuwa na hiyo msimamo, you will not be swayed by these people. Sasa suddenly ati sasa Rigiji ati yeye alikuwa anasimamia ati he was the one opposing Ruto. How do we know he was the one opposing Ruto? Do we know of cabinet meetings or not? No. Ni ukora tu hapa nje to whip our emotions, and then we try to fall in line, and then come the next election we do the same mistake. This same Rigiji, si Uhuru Kenyatta, he was a personal assistant to Uhuru Kenyatta. What did Uhuru Kenyatta tell him? Bwana, mimi nimefanya kazi na huyu jamaa namjua, I know him. Huku mali mnaenda kitaumana, Rigiji rubbish him. It's not even taken 2 years, amekiona. What was his answer to President Ruto then? No bwana, mimi nimekusimama na Ruto hapa nje, I know him, najua ile kazi anafanya, tutakuwa sawa sawa. So he's been beaten by the same sword that he was warned against. Hiyo ndio imempata.
Land Victor.
Yes. Wacha nimalizie hapo, wengine waongea. Asante pipi.
Haya, asante sana, ameniextendisha time wadau manze, sijui umekuaje leo, but anyway, Western shortly, then I hear Esquire, Jamiel, Amunto, Esquire and Jamiel, then we call it a night. Western.
To Peter one, the deputy president does not have tenure of office. Neither does the president. So there's no such a thing that once you're elected, you're guaranteed to stay in office for 5 years. That's why that impeachment option is there. Because they're aware that you could easily do stuff that is inconsistent with the Constitution. And therefore they have to remove you. And it's ridiculous to imagine that Kenyans would go to elections to elect a new deputy president. It can't happen. But it's not like Rigaji's sympathizers are the only ones who are looking at things like that. He himself looked at things like that. You recall that press conference in Mombasa when he said he was elected? He stated it. Well, what Ruto has done is unequivocally smashed this notion that there's such a thing as a co-president. There isn't. He has also smashed this notion that it's difficult to get rid of a deputy president. Unlike before, when you could very easily hire and fire your deputy, then were called vice president. You smashed that. Going forward, anybody occupying this office will be aware of this Rigathi fall from grace. That if you don't get your act together, you could just go any day. And then I think that had to be made abundantly clear, because we can't afford stasis in government. The other thing is Rigathi is a textbook study in how you can operate in government for so many years and learn nothing. Absolutely nothing. You worked under Moi, worked under Kibaki, worked closely with Uhuru Kenyatta, now William Ruto, but clearly he hasn't picked any lessons along the way. From the way he speaks, the things he does, how he doubles down into self-destruction. That's not characteristic of a politician who has learned lessons along the way, seeing how some other people behaved clumsily along the way and disappear at the end of oblivion. So he's not the kind of person you can empathize with. Really, he was hell-bent on self-destruction. It's not like William Ruto destroyed him. He destroyed himself. The other thing is that there was something called Limuru 3 Pipita. You know, it's very easy not to see things. And I'm saying history is important. When countries are confronted with fairly intractable challenges, they tend to look back into history. Americans will talk about what did their founding fathers, say, how they have acted. It's that. Rwanda across the border. Paul Kagame, the way he's shaping Rwanda is informed by that history of genocide. That informs his policies and the way he's governing that country. So it's only in Kenya where we tend to ignore history. And there are consequences for doing that. There was something called Limuru 3. That Limuru 3 thing, in the aftermath of that thing, there was a lot of tribal vitriol. And those who listened, some of the people who were at the center of that tribal caucusing told William Ruto that he would be a one-term president. Now, he was listening. You are taking the fight to me, I will take it back to you. And this Rigathi himself, this Rigathi here, was on the road. And there were people in part of his motorcade on top of vehicles, and they will say the same thing. Now, Pipita, I can put it to you. If you were in William Ruto's shoes and your deputy behaved like Rigathi and you did not take notice, you'll be the one who will be the casualty. Because that kind of naivety cannot go unpunished. You look at your deputies behaving the way Rigathi behaved, you let him get away with it, it is you who will be the casualty. If you don't nip that thing in the bud and you let the chips fall where they may, it's in politics. You take hard decisions. In Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara was told that Blaise Compaoré was plotting against him. But he said, no. Blaise Compaoré is my friend, is my brother. He knows everything about me. Well, the rest is history. He was at the center of elimination and assassination of Thomas Sankara. I'm not saying that it would have been that to that extent, but I'm saying if you disregard disloyalty in your backyard and somebody who's very much close to you, well, it is you who is going to pay the price. So it's only people who don't understand power, who don't understand politics, who will be empathetic with the Rigathi and who will think William Ruto has acted so mean-spiritedly. But that's politics. It's not personal, it's just business, and it's just power. So Rigathi is like supernova, this kind of star that came and shone so brightly and then it burst. People asking what's going on there, what was happening there? It burst. It didn't live long. Why? Because he lacked political dexterity. He didn't have it. He could only self-destruct. And I think, well, from a power perspective, William Ruto has acted the way anybody holding power and who understands what power is supposed to do. If you don't do that, it is you. People will, singing digest for political digest will be gone into history. So I can't miss Rigathi. I can't miss Rigathi. He was a very unsavory politician, very divisive. And it doesn't matter whether everybody else was engaged in that kind of politics. He must serve as an example going forward. If you dare take that route, well, you'll be skating on thin ice. You could very easily go the Rigathi Gachagua way. And I think that in itself is something we have to celebrate as far as democratization is concerned in this country. So to rally behind Rigathi and spite William Ruto is tantamount to cutting your nose to spite your face. It doesn't make sense. It does not make any sense. Why would you rally behind Rigathi to make a statement against William Ruto? What values does Rigathi Gachagua embody which will put William Ruto to shame? None whatsoever. Birds of a feather. So if one of them falls into the cracks, so be it. Tough luck.
Thank you so much, Western Shilaho, for that. Amunto.
Yes, Pipi.
Talk to me.
Hope you can give.
I can hear you.
Thank you so much, Pipi, for this opportunity. I really feel grateful for the opportunity. Indeed, I am just even confused with this flurry gazettement of the tomorrow's holiday. And my wonder is on one thing that most of the people are so emotional when it comes to some of these issues. And politically, people are becoming so emotional because of a very simple thing that should not make somebody who understands and somebody who is learning to be emotional. I take, for example, people from Mount Kenya, I being one of them from the region, but then you can get to hear that most of the people from the Mount Kenya East and the Mount Kenya West, it's kind of they are divided now. Some are saying that Gachagua is ours, he was good. Others from the Meru region and the Embu region, they are
Amunto. Your network.
Can
Your
you hear
network
me,
has
Pipi?
disappeared. Okay, continue.
Thank you. I'm saying this. People are becoming so emotional with these issues. And as for me, the people from the mountain region, indeed, they have failed terribly in one way or the other. Pipi, can you get me?
Yes, I can. Kuna kamchezo, kuna ka lullaby inaimba hapo hivi. Can you pause it, please?
Okay.
Oh, kama ni
Hope you
mtoto
can hear me.
anasikiza mwachie. Continue.
Okay. Now, mine I was saying,
Mcheze hiyo mchezo baba. It's better with the song, okay? Okay, sisi mabachela bana. Hatujui hizi vitu. I didn't know.
I'll come.
Sorry guys. I didn't know it's just bachelor thing. I didn't unajua mambo ya bachelor. Amunto, make sure you come back. Esquire, I didn't know hiyo mziki ndio inafanya mtoto ananyamaza. Sasa ningejulia wapi, sijai kuwa na mtoto. Pole Amunto. Esquire, talk to me.
Hey PP, how are you?
I am fine, but just embarrassed, but I'll be fine. What?
I think before I start speaking, I'll just allow one person to go before me so that I can do something here very quickly, then I come back.
Stop.
If you allow me, please.
All right, let me go with Devon. How are you doing, Devon?
Bro, I'm good, Alhamdulillah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think Amunto is back. Can you can you be courteous enough to let Amunto finish, because that
He
was the
was
bachelor
he was
trying
already
to.
talking, so I understand. As a single father, I understand. Let him go next.
Just sisi mabachelor bana. Amunto, forgive my bachelor behavior, bro. Sorry.
Yes, Kiki. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you so much.
Talk to us. Whatever way you are comfortable. What? Hey.
I don't know whether my network is doing good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Am I clear?
Yeah, you're clear. Can you hear me, Amunto?
Okay, I was saying this. Actually, Ruto is a good scammer. Gachagua being part of him, I don't feel pity for him in any way. Nor do I feel good for the appointment of Kindiki as the deputy president. Whether Kindiki is the deputy president or Gachagua is, that has nothing to do with the development in Kenya and there's so many abductions that we can hear from these people. These are just the same cocoon. These are just the same bands.
Umeenda tena. Amunto. We lost Amunto again. This time round, Amunto, you'll have to go back with the queue. Let's bring in Devon. Devon, talk to us. Hiyo sasa, hiyo ni makosa ya network. Hiyo si ya uzazi. Ya hiyo ni ya network. Wacha
That
cheze
is
jingle
normal.
bana. Hey, mnaniachanga tu hapa blah.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
Okay, you're listening to Home Run People, ladies and gentlemen, happens here each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. This is overtime. Imagine unafanya kazi ya overtime na una mshahara. Devon, talk to us.
Yeah, bro. One thing, mi naangalia TL na kasirika. I want to be very honest. Looking at my timeline, I get really angry. And I think it was who was talking. I think it was I think it was Western, and I think it was Victor. I cannot see him on the speaker panel anymore, but they were very spot on, because what it's about emotions. People are very emotional, and yeah, people are just very emotional. And I'm like, why the fuck are we all of a sudden emotional? I know I'm not supposed to cuss, but really sorry, bro. Me, the moment I heard Ricky G is gone that day, the very first day in Senate, I celebrated. Me, I was so happy. Ate my good nyama choma, felt so nice because at least tumetupa trash moja outside. All of a sudden, I come on TL and everybody's like sympathizing with Gachagua. I'm like, am I dreaming? Gachagua sympathizing with Ricky G. First of all, Ricky G has no track record. Me, if I ask you to come here and tell me one good thing Ricky G has done for this country, there's nothing. All of a sudden, he's this good guy who you're supposed to be patting on the back. I'm not gonna be part of that shenanigan, because Ricky G has been the worst. You see, like if we put all these people together, Ricky G is like the worst of the worst. And that is not even something that, if you look at Madira, Pepita, I'm really sorry to say this. If you look at Madira, compared with any rural Lushago in Kakamega, compared with Chimalavandu, compared with Center, compared with I don't know what, they are better. Wako fiti. And they never had people in like places where Ricky G got to. Guy has no track record. All of a sudden, he's this good guy. He's not. In fact, Ricky G has like the dirtiest linen. The dirtiest linen in his closet. Then all of a sudden, we want to support him. What we should be doing right now, we should now because he has committed impeachable offenses. Now we are supposed to sue him for those offenses. aende ndani. We are now supposed to set an example using Rigathi for being corrupt, aingie ndani. Right now, these so-called activists that people support here, these fakers activists, wanafaa wakuwe wamefile court case huko za kushtaki Rigathi for being such a whatever he used to be, because Rigathi is fucking corrupt and we all know that. Should be suing him now. You know, that is what we should be doing as Kenyans, not sitting down here now sympathizing with Rigathi, hearing that Rigathi is speaking in this radio station, we flock there. We keep creating this political environment, and politicians thrive in political environments. So when we make it seem business as usual, we are impeachable. We sympathize with him. Every nonsense he has to say, we listen to it. Miss Pendy, I'm just being honest. We supposed to shun this guy aende ndani, na hii mambo ya kungoja mtu amalize 5 years ndo tunamtoa kwa PTC fiti. Hata Ruto anafaa atoke before 5 years. Unaona, what we should be discussing right now, Pepita, is how do we stop this from happening? Because I think in the near future, any president will just do anything because deputy atafanya shit. If the deputy does something, anaanza ku, you know, see how they impeach him. So we are supposed to like put in measures to prevent such a thing from happening again, because it has already happened with Uhuru and Ruto. And you know, with the very first nini of deputy president, it happened, right? It happened with Ruto and Uhuru. Now it has happened with Rigathi and Ruto. What makes you think it will not happen with another person? It will happen again. So we don't want to be in this situation each and every time that we are, you know, impeaching a deputy president. We now want to create an environment where we can have a deputy president who can have their own stand, independent stand, na haita affect kazi yake. That is what Kenyans should be discussing right now. Not, oh, in Murima, not, oh, when did it become about Murima? I thought it was about Rigathi. Nobody really hates Kikuyus. I'm really sorry to say this. It was about Rigathi. And the moment we start making it about Mount Kenya, we are now singing songs. We are now, I don't know, doing what. Why? Rigathi will never give us a meal, PP. Mimi, I've always hated Raila Odinga. Even though my dad is a Luo. I have always hated Raila Odinga in my home place. Mimi, everybody knows our homestead. We hate ODM, we hate Raila Odinga. And we are okay, we are good. Tunakula, are we eating? Yes. Do we sleep well? Yes. A politician does not help you with anything. Whether he's in leadership, whether he's not, you'll never hear me come here online defending Raila Odinga. Because I know what kind of nonsense he's capable of. So I don't think, I also know it's naive of me to expect the same from other people, but I guess people are just different. But before you tetea Rigathi, at least tell us what you think is so good that Rigathi did for Kenya. At least mama utuambie, Rigathi did this for the constitution, Rigathi did this with land titles. Tell us something about Rigathi. At least to danganye kidogo, because Rigathi is an entity. So, PP, that's all I wanted to say. I am really confused about this whole thing going on, because I expected Kenyans to be celebrating and taking Rigathi to court, aende ndani arudishe pesa za Wakenya. That is what we should be doing right now. Because I think if he did impeachable offenses, then I think those offenses should put him in jail. That's what we should be asking. Why is Rigathi not in jail? Yeah, PP, really, thank you for this opportunity. But at least what I beg you guys is that if you want to tear Rigathi, at least tell us what you think is so good that Rigathi did, what you think why you think you should have stayed in office. And please, tuache kusema hizi stories za Rigathi was fighting Ruto. How do you know he was fighting Ruto? What did he do to show that he was fighting Ruto? One single thing that Rigathi did.
Show
And then,
your working.
yeah,
Malizia bana, nataka by 10 nifunge show.
to finish off, my brother, because me I talk a lot. To finish off, how do we know that these very, very protests, these Gen Z protests, were not orchestrated by the government itself? Because so far the government has used this Gen Z protests to just benefit itself. Ilibadilisha cabinet because of the protests. Imebadilisha deputy president because of the protests. We are seeing all type of garbage. Imefanya some deals, hizi madani deals, deals of fala while we were just confused fighting other activists versus activists. I don't know who is a sellout. And they have capitalized. In fact, there's someone who has benefited from these demonstrations. It's the government. What makes us think these demonstrations are not orchestrated by the government? Because all I see is activists who are government sponsored. If you think Kina Boniface Mwangi don't have sponsors like Kina Matakarua, you are sleeping. If you think people like Morara are not sponsored by this government, people, you're in a fucking haze. All these people are sponsored by machinery that is benefiting from the government. So why do we think this has been our protest? What makes us think, oh my fucking God, we might just have been pawns? Anyway, I was just thinking out loud. But really think about it. Anyway, thank you, people.
I'm gonna take only Esquire's submission right now. End it at 10 p.m. I need to rest. Kesho ni holiday. Kuna mtu ameniambia eti kesho ni holiday. Wewe wenyewe watu wenye mko na kazi mnakuanga na holidays. Okay. Oh, kesho ni Kindiki day. Esquire, do like 5 minutes tufunge siku.
Okay, thank you so much, PP. And I just want to jump into this discussion, and I want to directly answer. I don't know if it is Jamil or who. I have agreed with you, but only to the last point that you talked about activism. Don't be an activist. And personally, I'm a living example. I have ever been an activist. You guys, if you are in most of these spaces, you heard me trying to argue with someone called Buka about the Communist Party Kenya. Those who know about that party and the history of that party, it began with activism. And this is just a living example that activism is not a solution to a problem. The only solution to a problem is that we need to be critical thinkers. Don't just accuse someone because you're accusing someone. And when I say critical thinking, sitaki muichukulie kijuju hivi sana. Si ati namaanisha about tribalism. There is a very big disease about us Kenyans. And that's a disease of not taking a deeper meaning of something. Wakati unasikia this constitution, you don't want to understand the deeper meaning of that constitution. Nimesikia because umesikia wamesema mahali, if someone is a thief, chase him because you've heard someone saying someone is a thief. You don't know even in law that one. You can't just say chase someone because you've heard someone is a thief. Na hapa ndo naleta kesi ya Rigathi Gachagua. And I want to answer you directly. Why? Personally, I believe and I feel very sad when you tell us we need to celebrate that Rigathi Gachagua ametoka kwa ofisi. There's this common methali tulikuwa tunafundishwa high school. Mgala muwe na haki mpe. It is not just a simple methali. Mtu mwenye akona makosa, yes, you can kill that person. But the right of that person, make sure that person amepatiwa haki yake. When it comes to law, inaitwa natural rights zake amepatiwa. And in one of your argument, you said that Rigathi Gachagua amekuwa in this politics, sijui kuanzia under Moi under what. Wewe ile fact unajua, and I'm sure most of us only knew about Rigathi Gachagua in 2022, majority of us. Na tukienda sana, tulijua Rigathi Gachagua 2017, when he was the first time MP. So when we starting to take into account vitu Rigathi amefanya, tutaanzia na wakati alikuwa na these positions of power. That is in 2017. Up to today, we're in 2024. I think it's barely 10 years he is in power. Now, tuongelea about this another person mwenye umesema he has done a good thing or a better thing kwa kutoa this other person mwenye accountability yake inaanzia 2017 about William Ruto. If my history serves me right, William Ruto alianza politics kama ni late sana is 1997. He has been in politics since 1997. That means this is a person who understands everything. Na amekuwa in bad side of politics ever since. He was one of the people who was against this constitution that really matters to us. That unatuambia hapa, if Rigathi Gachagua is a thief, wacha toke aende we celebrate. No. Let us understand the deeper meaning. So these are two people you're comparing. William Ruto, who has been doing bad things, and Rigathi Gachagua, whom you can't even mention to me one specific bad thing that he has done, apart from you being told by the political class that Rigathi Gachagua is a bad person. Hearsay. Even those who have gone to law school, hearsay is not evidence. With some exceptions, of course. That is hearsay. We are dealing with hearsay. And because someone told someone, we unakuja unasema, you don't want to understand the deeper meaning. Ukisikia Rigathi Gachagua is a thief, unajiuliza which specific things has he stolen? Bring evidence. Tell us this. When you talk about William Ruto as a thief, I have a sister at Moi University that he says wako nyumbani. Na nimeona some memo going around. I don't know. They'll have to be transferred to some other university, but unless I've confirmed this. And we know this problem began with William Ruto. You guys knows about some professor there being chased away because of tribalism. Who is exercising this tribalism? It is William Samoei Ruto. We are trying to compare him with the Rigathi Gachagua. Show me one particular thing apart from Rigathi Gachagua telling you about shareholders, about tribalism that amefanya. Hakuna. But because we are ignorant to information, because we are ignorant to any news unapata hapo hivyo, you just make a very outward conclusion. What has happened today in the court? It was very sad. In like kama the court has told us, it doesn't care. You have the court saying it was the intention of the constitution that the seat of the deputy president can never remain vacant. A very pedantic way of thinking. In other words, I'll call it academic. Kama ulikuwa unafuatilia those proceedings, there's a word the lawyers were using, academic. This is very academic. Then you wonder academic ni kitu umesoma sana. Why are they saying this is academic? Wanasema ni kitu mbaya. Academic is just the outward understanding of things. We are not defending Rigathi Gachagua. We are defending the constitution because we understand the deeper meaning of impeachment, not just as a mere process. You're calling it a political process. And I tend to believe maybe this disease of ignorance tuko nao because we still believe things are very difficult. Wewe unasikia tu judgment, utaki kuenda kusoma your judgment, usikie ni nini imesema. You don't want to go and listen what you call the reason for the court making this particular decision. Unataka tu kusikia amesema the last statement, this and this and this. Then you tell us, judge amesema this, let us celebrate. You don't want to understand the reasoning. And one thing I can tell you, it is my opinion that the spirit of the constitution, if it creates these two positions of the president and the deputy president, it believes that the best way someone can be brought into account is by yeye mwenyewe kujiuliza maswali. So when it is the same office, we are talking of the office of the presidency, ikona the president and the deputy president, to deputize someone, need to make sure that person is doing the right things. And when he does the wrong thing, unamkataza. A very important, stronger position than even parliament itself. Stronger than judiciary. If we have a deputy president who can tell the president no, then utasikia those judgments zinafanyika. Right now, the Supreme Court has set it as a precedent. Watakuja na some very stupid laws without even engaging us for public participation because the Supreme Court has set already the precedents as a source of law. Public participation. And one thing I want to tell you why public participation is very important. We have Article 129 of our Constitution, where the executive derives its power. The executive power is derived from the people of Kenya. That means during that impeachment, the voice of the people, ile waka yenye tulikuwa tunafanya during public participation yenye leta maneno mingi, ingekuwa more prioritized than the voice of the president, the voice of the political class, because already Article 129 explicitly stated it that the executive power is derived from the people of Kenya. That means if you want to withdraw that power, it is the people, not the president. Not the president. Let us have an understanding of this deeper meaning of things. Before kuja utuambie hapa, let us celebrate impeachment of so and so. Tell us why you believe so. Tell us this person is a thief. He has stolen A, B, C, D, and E, and F, and G. It's very embarrassing. Things are not difficult. It is us who are having a difficult mind to understand a deeper meaning of things. As I finish, I want you guys to remember the story of Mobutu Sese Seko and try to relate what is happening in DRC right now. Mobutu Sese Seko was a very extravagant, opulent dictator, just like Ruto. With time, Ruto atakuwa Mobutu Sese Seko mwingine. I can tell you this one for free. In the next 20 years, akina Shalin, they'll be struggling, seeking asylum abroad because this country, people will no longer take it. Right now, someone from Moi University, life yake iko on a pin. If akwe transferred apeleke Machakos University, you can imagine the future of that person and everything will burst.
We bana, we nilisoma Machakos University. What are you saying, bana? Come on, bana.
Everything will pass. When I say Machakos University, Pipita, don't look it in terms of the reputation. I'm saying someone alikuwa anaishi huko Eldoret, then anaambiwa ataanza classes in Machakos University. I want you to imagine the inconvenience that person had to face. I want you to look it from that perspective. Kindly. Kuna jamaa anafanya engineering.
Wacha ni indulge.
Apelekwe Machakos na student ja interact na kuanzia first year. That is the perspective I want you to take, Pipita. You may indulge me.
Continue. Yeah.
Thank you. So we have a lot to fight. We have a dwindling judiciary. We have an already dwindled parliament, and we have a very strong, I'll call it brainless executive, whose intention ni kukua nini? Dictator. But things will burst on Ruto. I can tell you this as a prophet of doom. In the next 20 years, he won't go far. They'll be seeking asylum outside this country. Power can be good, but kleptocracy is temporary. I drop the mic, Pipita.
Asante, bana. Na msizoe kutesa.
Kindly.
No, kindly, bro. No. I was not planning to go for 1 hour, bro. I have extended for an hour because of you guys. So I'm gonna let Githaiga speak.
I won't even take a minute. I swear to God.
I'm watching the watch.
Okay. I think this is the emotional approach that we were trying to say. Rigathi Gachagua has been in court since 2017 because of his corruption cases. We are not dealing with hearsay. We are dealing, a man is who he speaks. A man is who he acts to be like. Kindly, this sanitization of Rigathi Gachagua is now is an embarrassment. Kindly. Nobody hates Rigathi Gachagua. We hate his actions. We hate him. We hate
Do you know one funny
presented.
thing, Devon?
Thank you very much.
Devon, funny thing about that is actually for him to be DP, he has to not have a court case. So those charges were lifted.
Exactly.
So how
Exactly. That's
did
why
he
if we
become
say
DP again? Githaiga,
that is why we say
let us just, I don't want to open that can of worms right now. We'll meet tomorrow for the town hall. We have town hall Fridays,
there's
by
no
the way. We
problem.
can meet tomorrow for that.
Let us wait for the tunnel, PP.
Githaiga,
Yeah,
1
PP,
minute.
good evening.
Unisalimie. Is your overtime bana? Hey.
Okay, sawa. I'll just do greetings to the audience na then wait for the town hall tomorrow. Lakini nasikia ni kama imeniguza kidogo in terms of the way we keep on discussing these things. We are stuck in a loop in the sense that tunaangalia symptoms lakini hatuongei sana mambo ya the cure. And if you've noted, we have to agree that by now the way to change this thing, the way to change our country, it's not by maybe fighting back. We've tried that and we are seeing it's not working. Na ile kitu yenye naweza sema ukweli, what you are looking for is how can we now start the conversation of we build a system that naturally makes the existing one obsolete. And the reason why I'm saying this is if I had Pipita, let me just take 2 minutes, okay? I know Rigathi Gachagua because I know Madeira, I know how it was, I know the brother, the former governor of Nyeri, and not in personal terms, but as a person who has lived and probably crisscrossed most of the counties in our republic. Now, the thing here is we are victims of our history. Na nasema hivi kwa nini? Kwa sababu people are putting tribe as a bad thing. Na that was what was used by the imperialists to divide us. Naonanga hiyo kitu ni kama like you can be like me, nasema I'm Kikuyu and that's my heritage and I had no choice in that. Unaona, kuna mtaita kuna nini, and wherever they found themselves they don't have any say whatsoever on being who they were. Lakini hii kitu ya tribalism ni kitu iliekwa hapo hivyo by the political class to milk that. Now, if we keep on talking about, like for example, I don't give an F Gachagua na nini, but in building the future of the country that I want to see, we would want to see systems and institutions that work such that we do away with this thing ya Kenya. Siasa zetu zinakuanga sana sana za personality, and then the second thing, we made politics like a profitable venture, and people don't go there because they have the interest of people at heart. They go there because of the profitability. They go there because of the perks and privileges that come with that office. They go there because, for example, you've just asked a very simple question like, how did this person, or how was he cleared? Na chapter 6 of the integrity, that clause integrity and the constitution. If we were to even basically go the entire political class yenye tuko naye sahi, none of them would have passed through that integrity test. But look at it, here we are, wote wali end up. Look at the number of court cases that are being dropped left, right, and center. Why? Because it's the profitability yenye tumeyeka in politics, such that anajua if I align myself with this person or this person, my court cases can be dropped. My nini, I'll have immunity and privileges. I'll have, you see, the thing is, I would like us to, when we are having that town hall kesho, let us not keep on talking about the politics of personality. Let us not keep on making this thing that nasema PP, number one, I've always told you I respect your form of journalism. It's because it has something that is so different with the rest. Mass media, mainstream media, has been responsible for creating narratives. And these narratives are the ones that have been responsible for socially conditioning people to think in certain ways. When e-kit was labeled Gen Z, nowadays the word Gen Z does not hold admiration as much as it were at some point, because what happened to the mainstream media, walipump waka water down waka dilute. Yani ukiangalia tu the kind of conversations that we push, they are not in any way promoting building a system that is going to make the current one obsolete. Because if we keep on fighting the current one, this is a system that has been there for over 60 years, the independence yenye tumekuwa naye. Like, tell me, how are you going to fight back? These people have the resources, these people have the networks, these people know which buttons to touch and what not to touch. Saa hii unaangalia timeline ya people who are very educated.
Ndogo. 1 minute. I'm not even gonna let Malia in. I just need you to land in a minute.
Okay.
We're gonna meet tomorrow for the town hall. Yeah.
Thank you, PP. Respectively, kesho tukiwa town hall, can we start now shaping our conversation on how is it that we are going to build a system and institutions that are going to stand the test of the current things zenye tunaona, hizi shida ya personality politics, shida ya tribalism in politics. There's nothing wrong with tribe. You see, why do we have overrepresentation? How do we look at the wage bill? Do we really need all these people? Do we need all these ministries? Do we need, we start now having the conversation that cannot be hijacked, haiwezi hijackiwa na easy side shows. Thank you so much, PP. Thank you for everyone for listening. And today the bots didn't win. I know, I kind of sense what wenye wako vocal na critical about the current regime, but the spying is on another level. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, and have a great one as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here on Home Run with PP as well. Kama kawaida, I was not intending on going an extra 1 hour and 7 minutes. Before we got to 9 p.m., we had only 2 speakers. But I stretched that extra hour. Thank you so much for being here and keeping us company. Of course, we'll be here tomorrow. Fridays are now Town Hall Fridays. We stopped having Relationship Fridays because sisi mabachela hatuna kitu ya kuongelea. Kila Friday tio what happens akichit nani? Yeah. Sasa hata mimi sikuwa najua hata watoto wanaekiwanga niyo Cocomelon ndio asilie. Sasa unaona nimeambia baba watoto wazime. Sasa ikabidi mtoto aanze kulia. So we're moving Fridays into town hall meetings, and of course, as you heard, people want solutions. We talk a lot, and we are like, let us go out there, let's do this, let's do this. Fridays are for that. Let's meet for that town hall tomorrow at 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. Make sure you keep time. We're probably gonna go an extra 1 hour. But right now, allow me to land and rest. For those who do not understand what is going on with Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, check out my YouTube channel. Nataka kabla tutoke hapa hivi, and I'm not even kidding, I'm holding you guys hostage. I have our channel HRWP pinned on the Jumbotron. It's on YouTube. It's basically conversations platform. We are at exactly 394 subscribers, which means I only need 6 people to subscribe to my channel. Nilale nikiwa 400. Naomba kabla tufunge to subscribe kwenye channel yangu. That's a request. 6 people to subscribe to that channel pale hivi. Hata tuone kama tutafika 500 subscribers by November. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, hit that subscriber, guys. Let's get to 6. We are at 394. I want to get to exactly. We are 395 now. I need 5 more subscribers to fike 400 subscribers. I'll be very happy to close the day at 400 subscribers. Also, our tip just stands at 0.00. If you have anything in your account, go on to 0721948229 and tip the show. That is where we get amenities basically for the studio. And of course, now that the studio is open, by the way, mambo imekuwa ikichemka sana in terms of facilitation for the guests, and of course making sure that they have food in the studio. They should tell you we make good food. If you make time to the studio and the studio is open, come uko na story. If you find time and come to these studios, we also explore food. I can't wait to finish the full package so that we can show you the other side of our studio and what we do on that side. But it's an amazing time of always being here with you guys. Let me see if we've gotten to 400. I'm so tired. I can't even. 397. 3 more people. Let's go, guys. Nimekuwa kama wale watu wa TikTok. Tap, 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 tap. Thanks so much, Western Shilaho, MMSQ. Tomorrow we'll be talking about everything. That's why we're calling it a town hall. And jump on very early. Kuna kitu moja Western amesema kwamba you should not forgive. Now remember we're coming in with with the changes. Of course, I'll be communicating new changes. Na ukweli hivi wase, mtu anaweza kaa kwa space 6 hours ake mama anatoke kwa tip ja akiwa 0.00. Wiki ya rent. Depression hivyo ndio inakiki. Wacha ni refresh. Okay, nipatieni subscription. Thanks so much, Devon. I will see you tomorrow for the town hall. Staki mnasemanga a minute pipi and then mnakuja after 2 minutes. No. Let's meet for the town hall. Mimi nataka sahi mnipatie subscription na tips. I'm doing that for the next 2 minutes and then I call it a night. And also shout out to everybody. Well, let me see what is going on in the comment section. Meanwhile, as I'm waiting for people to subscribe. Let me see. Bionic is saying IMF approves 78 billion shillings for Kenya. Of course. Mpaka unajua tunateseka kama nchi. Nilikuwa namwambia tuongezewe hata sisi ka hustler fund kafike 1500. Sasa 500 ni nini una default? We are seeing someone here called Tom Ogombe who has been arrested. I don't know if he's been arrested or taken. We'll be following that on that. Marabu Stock says the judiciary as constituted is unable to act independently. The previous acts of corruption blackmails them. Everything is scripted by the executive. Does anybody expect judiciary to rule against the broad-based government? Does anybody expect parliament to make just laws? Are you hearing this, guys? Are you expecting parliament to make just laws? Are you? I need 3 people to subscribe to my account, of course, HRWP. Thank you so much, Irene, for your support pale hivi kwenye tipja. At least hatujatoka 00. My God. Mtu wangu siku ya kulipa rent ya studio na internet, alafu unatoka 00 kwa tipja, then you're like, okay, huyu landlord atanijua. Okay, but anyway, God does. We still have days. I see tuko at 397. Watu wawili ndo wametushika hostage hapa hivi. You know yourself, you're listening to the space and you have not gone to YouTube and typed HRWP, home run with PP. Just type that. If you type home run with PP, it's gonna bring you the account. HRWP, even better. Just straight to you. Go type it. Have you subscribed? 2 more. Nimeona tumefika 398. Enyewe mimi naweza kuwa kapasta. Of course, the latest video is just a minute to Achilles, a new segment that I'm planning to bring in lawyers. Of course, I'll be bringing in even copyright lawyers, wale wasanii. So I'm telling you, if you have questions, this is the best time for you to ask. Kama uko na zile legal questions, just a minute to Achilles will be answering your legal question. Hebu subscribe kwenye hiyo channel. Remember the link is just hapo kwenye pinned tweet ya show yetu, so you don't have to go any further. I see we are 398. Right now, let's read one more. One person said, Vaminator is saying a government that does not does what it wants when it wants with no repercussions. Where wamelazimisha VP on us na hakuna kitu tutafanya. Kenyans, we joke a lot. Do we joke a lot, Mato, or are we oppressed a lot? We need to talk about that. Pale hivi na nimewambia kwamba you make sure you go to that pinned tweet pale hivi juu. Just a minute to Akili is now live, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'm trying to close the show at 400 subscribers so that tomorrow when you wake up we start to look for 500 subscribers, and then we release where Willie Oeba's 1 hour journey story. It's a whole 10-hour story. Oh my God, watch it. 10 minutes. It was a 10-year story in 1.5 hours. You guys gonna love that. But that is a story for another day. Right now, let's subscribe that channel. Thank you for the support, of course. If you like what I'm doing, there is a tip line pale viju. Sitakosa kusema hiyo 300 bob yako ndo italeta internet hapa, ndio inalipa bili ya maji, because of course it has to go up with the people that are visiting the studio now and the content we're creating, all these things, you know. Acha tuachie hapo for today. We are 399 guys, let's go. Me, I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Wacha nipige makelele. Woo! Thank you so much. If you have not subscribed to HRWP on YouTube, what are you doing? Subscribe to that channel and watch those videos from activism on the move. Matatu activists Willie Oeba and Brian Silois joined me on the set. Then we had a talk with Wakili, and we also have another chat with Wakili and Obed Zoriku of Mizani 254, and also have another one with the, who do we call her? Grace Olwande of Home Run with Pipi. She's a guest here. She always comes here on the show. And also Dennis, who started it all. So there's a lot of stories you can share, you can read. I think you have like 5 hours of content right now. Is it 5? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Now to Machakos University, I want to say that Machakos University is a good university when I was there. It's a good university. It shaped MC Pipita. So I will not take any form of slander against Machakos University. Machakos ranks up there with Manchester United. Okay. Degree yetu haikubaliki mahali yoyote. So hebu nipateni subscribers nitoke hapa kabla Esquire nipate. Bye guys. We are at ngoja. Nataka ku announce 400 na tuko 399. Hey, shit. Ndio sasa inakuja. Ndio. Tumefika. Unajua hakuna kitu mbaya kama mtu anakutumia kama example eti unajua eti Machakos University. Kwani mimi nilikuwa kumbe sikuwa university, na understand university zenu zilikuwa na plot. Sisi hatukuwa nayo. But tulikufa. Si tulimaliza. Na. When subscribe channel, wacheni hiyo story mob. Yeah. And hatujadedi, si ndio? That is the most important thing. Machakos University to the world.
You're listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow we'll be back here again for what we call town hall meetings. 399 subscribers is what I'll have to take home today. Asanteni sana for everybody who has found time to listen, share the show, talk to us, of course, react, write a comment, and of course, even get angry. You know, being angry in this space is also part of it all. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you follow Home Run with Pipi. Make sure you follow Home Run with Pipi. Search the Home Run with Pipi channel, HRWP, and check out our amazing interviews that are going on there. It's a big project that is coming in. Just a minute, Wakili is what we'll be discussing tomorrow, of course. We are standing at 399 subscribers. I'd like you to be my 400 subscriber. Until kesho, Mungu abariki. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Home Run with Pipi.